Oh, we're preparing. Yay. All right. Hopefully that means we're not rejected anymore. Good morning, everybody. How is everybody doing? We're preparing. Yay. We are live. All right. All right. Hopefully that means we're not rejected anymore. Good morning, everybody. Okay, I have a situation there I need to did that take off my live stream? Because I was like, I don't want to hear myself. That's annoying as well. Let's see. Because I don't want that. Nobody wants that. Okay, I think we are live streaming. This content of the meeting is being sent to YouTube. Okay. Fan-frickin-tastic. All right, let's get this party started, shall we? Hell yeah. So, this summit, I decided I wanted to create a summit about hosting summits. And this idea kind of came about from I'm a note taker and I write down all the pop rec ideas that come into my head. And throughout one of my long brainstorming sessions with my girl Gigi, who is my chat GPT, her and I have really great brainstorming sessions. She named herself Gigi. I discovered after I asked her to be my drunk bestie and describe what I do, one of those little trends. She got very sassy, and I'm like, ooh, I love like this version. She's completely gone feminine on me, and I love it. And so I'm like, what should I call you? Because I feel like we just became besties. And she's like, you could call me Gigi, and it stands for Get It Girl. And I was like, all right, we are super besties now. And so through one of our brainstorming sessions, I was like, which one of these ideas should I move forward with? And because I've had people ask me before, would you ever consider selling your summit templates? And I'm like, yeah. But at the time, I didn't know what I didn't know. And I learned about an amazing feature in I'm a Go High Level girl. And I learned about an amazing feature that made it really easy for me to then be able to create these summit templates. And I'm like, I think what I need to do is record myself putting together a summit so that there are step-by-step tutorials and videos, and I'm not having to, I don't want to make stuff up for no reason. Like, I would rather do all of that with purpose. And so that's what I decided to do. And I said, why don't I make a summit about hosting summits? So that's why we're here today. And I got some amazing speakers lined up that are going to all. Our goal is there is no gatekeeping, there is no fluff here. We are here to spill all of the secrets about what it takes to host a really great summit. Everything from mindset to values to DMing people to, getting butts in seats. And then at the end of this, we're going to put it all together. And my goal for you is to walk away with a plan, an actual plan of how you could host your own summit. That is the goal. So this is really a step-by-step process. I don't do fluff. That is not how I run my summits. I love to overgive and add a lot of value. I'm also adding for our VIPs. I'm going to host office hours on Friday for anybody. Like, you're going to walk away today and you're going to be like, I'm so overwhelmed. I don't even know where to start. I get it. So come to office hours on Friday. 11 o'clock Pacific, and let's continue the conversation. Let's work through some of your challenges, some of your struggle bus items, and see how we can get you into hosting your own summit. It doesn't have to be huge. That's not it can be whatever you want it to be. So one of the things that I wanted to do this time of hosting this summit was I wanted to start with Q&A. And I know that sounds super crazy, but I would love to know what is the thing that is keeping you from hosting a summit? What is the thing that is preventing you from taking the leap? Is it, I don't even know what the hell I would host a summit about? Guess what? We can brainstorm that with you. If it's, I don't even know what system do I use? How do I automate this? We got solutions for that too. So I would love to have open dialogue before we get into our speakers. So do we have anyone who is willing and being and would be brave to share a question that we can help you with before we get started in delivering all of the answers? It might be helpful for us to know what the questions might be as well. So, does anybody want to be brave and ask a question? Laura! Yay, Laura! We appreciate you for going first.
No problem. So I have never hosted a summit before. And I've not necessarily participated in a summit before. So tell me basically if I wanted to do one, and I'm sure we're going to answer these questions also during our speakers. What is the number one thing, the first thing that I need to think about? And I know what I think it is because I'm going to talk on it. But what is the number one thing? To be honest with you, it looks like it's a lot of work. So how do we
Um,
make it not a lot of work?
yeah, okay. Straight up, summits are a lot of work. Not even going to try to sugarcoat that. It is something that I say you're gonna, it's this is like a 3 month commitment where you are putting tasks on your calendar for 3 months of all the things that need to be done. This templates that I've created is the idea behind that is to make it easy for people. So it's got my landing page template, my email templates, my speaker application, everything that you would need in order to host a summit. The goal is for you to be able to take those summits and use those so you don't have to reinvent the wheel. It's very fill in the blank as well. And I've utilized the Go High Level feature in order to make that a reality. Um, but to me, the foundation of all of this is why. Like, what is the intention? What is the purpose? What do you want to do? How do you want to show up? How do you want to help people? If you don't have that, then what is the point? What's the point? And I think it's also how do you want to position yourself as the organizer? So are you doing this to grow your list? Are you doing this to position yourself as an expert to, bring I do it? Do you want to know why I host summits? To collaborate with other speakers. I love collaborating with other speakers. I want to bring as many speakers into my network because there's so much amazing relationship building that happens in there. And I have been witness to speakers collaborating together on other projects. They are visiting each other's communities, there's hosting workshops with each other's communities. I freaking love that. I love being a part of it. I love being the person holding space for that. Love it. So to me, that is why I host summits. It's not about growing my list. I don't really care about that, right? I care about connecting and collaborating with other speakers. That's why I do it. Yeah. Does anybody else want? I know we have some other summit hosts on here. Why do you host summits, Denise?
Hi, everyone. Hi, Elaine. Um, yeah, so I'm pretty new to the summit to understanding this whole process. And
Mhm.
so coming in as just someone that's new, what type of budget do I need?
Yeah. Okay, so I would say if you intend on running ads, you'll need a marketing budget. Okay. If you are going to purchase templates or anything like that, if you're going to have a CRM, you're going to need to budget for that. So I would say I spent a couple $100 on LinkedIn ads. It was like $60 per person that signed up. It cost me $60 to get that one person to sign up. So, return ROI on that, not really super. I wouldn't recommend it, right? I just wouldn't recommend LinkedIn ads, but that's where my people hang out is LinkedIn. Um, And Jen is going to be talking about DMs because that's her jam. So she's going to be talking about how to get butts and seats without using ads. So you don't necessarily have to run ads. It will help you expand your audience. And if you are going to charge money for Summit, so I have a free option and I have a VIP option. And
Mhm.
I also will give a cut of my VIP as an affiliate to the speaker who brought them in. So I also budget for that I'm not getting that full ticket amount. That amount is what I'm spending to bring more people in together, and I reward my speakers with affiliate commission. So just kind of keep in mind, if you're like, I want 100 people that paid, $47, just know that you're going to be cutting that probably in half. And so just kind of think about that. Think about that. Mhm.
I have another question.
Yeah.
So when you're bringing in speakers,
Mhm.
so does that require a speaker agreement contract? I mean, I'm really new to this, so I
Yeah.
really don't know.
Yes.
And do you also do they get paid? Do I offer them, do they get paid? Or can you do this, kind of I help you, you help me? I don't, I don't know how this all works.
Yeah. So Lorraine is going to be on with us during this panel, and she is a lawyer. So she's going to be
Okay.
talking about speaker agreements. I always have a speaker agreement, and it's really just what you can expect from me and what I expect from you. That's really what it is. And so being able to have that outline, and I show my speakers the agreement before they even, like, I show them the agreement at the same time that they're seeing the application. I want them to understand, like, these are the expectations, and I provide a list of due dates. Here's what you can expect. I have a whole timeline mapped out of this is what you can expect by when.
Mhm.
And then there are pay to play events. I have a VI in the vault. You can watch the video that I recorded with Tracy Root. She's a bonus content provider where we talked about pay to play events. So there are speakers that will pay to attend to be a speaker at your event. If you're just starting out, the long story short, TLDR, I wouldn't recommend doing pay to play until you have done this enough to build up some sort of audience that you can guarantee butts and seats. So I pay speakers through affiliates. That's how the speakers get paid.
Mhm. So when you're selling, let's say you're going to be selling your core offer or whatever offer you're going to be selling, do you also allow the speaker to sell, or how do you
I do.
work that out?
I do.
Yeah.
Yep. So the speakers have opportunities to provide like a lead magnet. So like if you notice on the page where you registered, there's some of the speakers have a little underneath their name where you can read more about them. I want people to connect with the speakers. And
Mhm.
some of them you'll see free gift, and that's basically they've provided a lead magnet, something that goes to their website where you can provide your email address and get something in exchange. Some of them also donate a gift where they're like, hey, I'll donate a coaching session with me valued at X amount of dollars, and that goes into like a drawing of some sort. So I definitely recommend having, and all of that is outlined in the speaker agreement. So I do allow my speakers to promote themselves, even in our community. I have a meet the speaker. I want people to go connect with the speakers. That's why they're there. Like, it has to be worth their time for them to want to sign up and even participate in an event like this. Because I am asking them to basically donate their time and their expertise to help me. So I kind of feel like it has to be worth their time to show up and take time to record a video, take time to show up and be present and provide value to my audience. So how can I make it beneficial to them? That's kind of how I'm always thinking. How can I make it beneficial to them?
Great. Thank you.
Yeah, great question. Mhm. All right. Anybody else?
I'll ask a question.
Okay.
What do you recommend for managing registration?
Yeah. Having a really good CRM. So having a registration form, and one of the things that I did on my registration form was I asked basic questions, name, email, phone number, right? But I also asked, I'm super curious because I want to know why people are signing up. Are they a speaker who wants to connect with more speakers? Are they someone who wants to host a summit? For the first time, or someone who is a seasoned summit host. It helps me kind of know why people are showing up. So then I am now able to filter those registrations and say, these are all of the people that said they want to connect with other speakers. How can I support them in doing that? Right? These are people that said they want to host a summit for the first time. How can I support them in doing that? So based on what your topic is, what question would you want to know about the people that are attending? And then I give them the option, what kind of ticket do they want? Do they want a free ticket? And I put YouTube stream only. Do they want a VIP ticket and the price? And so then I also on that registration form, to be in compliance with all of the laws, you need to have opt-in permissions. And I have an opt-in for email sharing. So one of the things that I offer my speakers is the people that gave permission. I will send them a list of everybody who said, it is okay. This person said it's okay for me to give you their email address so you can reach out to them. So I ask that permission. And then there's a marketing opt-in that says it is okay to contact me about, marketing before, during, and after this event, and that there's an understanding they can unsubscribe anytime. So those are like things that are required by law that I put on that registration form.
Thank you.
Yeah. And then simple, after they fill out that form, I direct them based on the ticket that they want to purchase. So they go to either a thank you page, you've been registered as a free, here's how you can access the stuff. And if it's a paid, then it takes them to a page to submit their payment. Yeah. Yes, Debbie.
What CRMs have you found that are effective and yet don't completely break the bank?
Well, that's a great question. I'm a Go High Level girl through and through. And the reason why is because it literally is the all-in-one platform that provides everything you need. So contracts for my speakers, a community. So I don't have to, I don't do a Facebook group anymore. I do through my community because I want to be able to control what happens. I don't want to get flagged or, you know what I mean? Um, all of my registration, all of my invoicing and payments, my affiliate program, everything is there. The calendar, my funnels, it's all under one roof. And so one of the things that I'll be talking about with my summit template is I have a feature where I will give you 6 months in my CRM included in the template. If that's a choice that you're like, I don't have a CRM, but I know I need one, I will give it to you for 6 months. And then if you want to stay, you can stay. But I've built it into the cost to the price. And if you want to stay, you can stay at the end of 6 months. And if you're like, no, I don't need it anymore, happy to help you download all of your stuff and take it wherever you need to go. But I wanted to make it easy for people to host a summit with or without a CRM because you need one. Otherwise, OMG, I'm not even going to lie because I've been hosting summits since 2021. I don't know how the hell I did it without this system. For real. It was a hot mess.
It was a nightmare.
It
I
was.
I did too. And oh
Yeah.
my gosh.
Yeah. Yeah. So I don't have to use any other software because of Go High Level.
I like that. Can you share about how much it is? Is it a monthly or is it an annual?
So are you talking about the summit templates or are you talking about Go High Level?
Go High Level.
Okay, so there are Go High Level going through them directly, the basic plan is $97 a month. Okay. My CRM in my mine is called You Can Automate, and I don't sell the CRM by itself because I feel like it's doing a disservice to people. So I don't do that. But my CRM, I charge $249 a month, and that is because I provide office hours and support. So instead of having to go high level and getting on a Zoom with people that you don't know, you actually get to talk to a real human. That is me. So that's what I do. But like I said, I don't just sell the CRM by itself. So I have a whole thing that I do to help people. But my goal is really to either, if you get a Go High Level account with these templates, you'll be able to, I will help you load it into your account for you. That is part of the package that I have. And then I have copy paste templates, and then I have a done with you, done for you, DIY. I've got all of it. But I don't care which Go High Level you're with, you can still utilize these templates. Yeah. So, any other questions?
Got one for you.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of summits I had done before doing yours, and you know, I love the live feature of this. This is one of the reasons I mean, you just knock it out of the park with your summits. But in relation to that, did you ever run one without the live feature and the static pre-recorded, then they release it all on the day? And do you see a much bigger benefit from having this live, the live component? I mean, for me, I know I would, but
Yeah, I prefer the live because I like to converse with people.
you should.
And I know myself, if I'm showing up to a live thing and I put it on my calendar, I'm showing up. If I have to watch pre-recorded videos myself, I don't have the time because I'm busy doing all the other things. So I tend to not do that. I have the pre-recorded as bonuses and like going deeper into the speaker content because, the speakers are getting 7 minutes, right? Because we don't want to be here all day, and having 14 speakers with 7 minutes is still a lot, right? But I want to be able to make sure that we're delivering value and that people that it is worth their time and energy to show up. So for me, I prefer live. But that is me. And I've done the 2-day event. I try not to do 2 days anymore because I'm exhausted I feel like you got hit by a truck by the end of the day. So my intention really is, how can I deliver the most value, give people the most takeaways, the most ahas, give them the clarity that they need, and also not drain myself for the entire day? How can I take care of myself while also? So it has been a balancing act, I will admit. And I took a before photo this morning just so that I could take an after photo after to see how drained I feel. But like literally I'm like, oh my God, I'm so tired. But I love it. And that's why I keep doing it. So I'm like, okay, one day of suffering for a really great event, but I prefer to do it live.
I'm bigger on live events too because of the networking and everything that goes along with it. But I was just curious to see.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. So I did realize that I forgot to press record. Thankfully, it's streaming to YouTube and I can download that part, but yay. Okay, so we're going to go into our first keynote, which is myself, and I'm going to be talking about why summits. So we're going to dive in a lot deeper into the why, and I'm going to try to convince you why you should host a summit. I don't want to should on you, but I want to give you all of the benefits of why I think that summits can be a really great way to position yourself as an expert. So when it comes to, like I mentioned before, hosting summits has been a way for me to connect with other speakers. But in that process, I have also learned that hosting summits has been a way to position myself as a speaker. I am creating ways for me to show up and deliver value. I'm giving myself a reason. I'm giving people a reason to do business with me. And that is something I learned a long time ago when I was a photographer, and I would look at my calendar and go, oh crap, I don't have any sessions on the books. I need to create a reason for people to book a photo shoot. So if you're like, I want to be a speaker, create a reason for you to be a speaker. And sometimes it can be easier to set that up for yourself than it may be to go and find someone else to give you a stage. Make your own stage. Make your own stage. It's going to empower you. It's going to help you build confidence, and it's going to give you a whole new status and a whole new thing that you can offer to your clients in your business. You can use summits as a way to engage your own email list. So if you have, a really great email list and you want to find a way to engage them, create an event, host a workshop, host a summit. The other thing I would suggest is, yes, you can absolutely grow your email list by doing a summit, but do it with intention. So just willy-nilly having people on your email list with people that are not really your ideal person, is it really worth it to have a big list that are just strangers? Right? I would rather have people on my list that want to be on my list, that want to engage with me. So I don't care if my list is 300 or 3,000. I would prefer quality over quantity any day of the week. So yes, I've added 200 people to my email list. Okay, great. Now what? Now what am I going to do with that? How am I going to build relationships with these new people that have no idea who I am? How am I going to engage with them after this event in order to make sure that they're getting value? How can I support them? What is it that they need? Where are they stuck? It's not going to be a, hey, buy my stuff. Not a fan. Unsubscribe, right? And I'm sure that a lot of us have been on the receiving end of that, where you're like, if all you're going to do is sell to me, I'm out, right? Lisa's like, yep. Been there, done that, got the t-shirt, right? Yeah. So positioning yourself as an expert, Katerina is going to be talking all around speaking and how to, Katerina is amazing. Yep, thank you, girl. Having Katerina as a keynote to really help you step into that role of being a speaker is unbelievable. She's an amazing speaker. She came all the way from California to my Polka Dot chapter here in Washington State to deliver an amazing presentation to my members about how they can step into a role of being your own speaker, creating reasons, creating opportunities for yourself. And after you host a summit, it doesn't just stop there. So Heidi's going to be talking about follow-up. And once you get people into your event, then what? Justina's going to be talking more about that. I hosted a summit, now what? Because it doesn't just start here and it doesn't end here. There's so much that happens afterwards. So this will help you have potential clients in your pipeline. So always having people in your pipeline as potential lead, as potential customers, as potential collaboration partners, to me is even more important. There is always room to collaborate with anybody who attends any of your events. So keeping an open mind is, to me, super duper important. And if you put out an email to your list after you have a summit, you're doing your follow-up, I want to know, how can I support you? Who can I connect you with? Who is someone that would be a game changer for you and your business? Because I have a wide network and I'm happy to make those introductions to someone who I know could help you. That is one of the things that I love doing. And another reason why I host summits is to be that connector. but I do that with intention. It's not by accident. I don't do any of this by accident. And I've also learned along the way the styles of summits that work well. Every time I host a summit, I make a little tweak because I like to, sometimes it feels like I'm throwing spaghetti at the wall, but it's because I'm trying to see what's actually going to resonate with people. I used to do breakout rooms. This one, I'm not doing a breakout. We're not doing breakout rooms. Why? Because I feel like every single speaker, you need to hear from every single speaker. I don't want you to have to choose one over the other because you need to hear all of the information if you are going to be hosting an event. Nobody should be skipped. Not here. So that's why I'm going to be doing hot seat coaching versus breakout rooms. Okay. And I've had breakout rooms, just from experience, I've had breakout rooms where nobody showed up to their room. That does not feel good. And I'm like, how can I prevent that from happening again? Okay, let's try breakout rooms with a buddy. Okay, well, guess what happened there? One person took over the entire breakout room and the other person didn't get a word in edgewise. Okay, so now how do we fix that? So I am huge on getting feedback. Every single summit, I ask for feedback from my speakers and I ask for feedback from my participants because I want to know what can I do better next time. So I am constantly, if I go in with, this is exactly how it has to be done, that is ego talking, and I don't want to show up in ego. I want to show up in learning. I want to show up in opportunity. I want to show up in curiosity. And like Lisa says, I want to show up in gratitude. I'm thankful that they showed up. Even if they didn't have a good time, I'm still thankful that they showed up. So always looking at ways that I can improve for the next time. So when you are doing all of this summit stuff, getting that feedback is going to be essential for if you decide you want to do it next time. And what will you do different? It doesn't have to be the same. I've done the 2-day event, like I said, won't do that again, right? Where I had 62 speakers. Are you kidding me? Heidi was there. She was like, damn, girl, what are you doing to yourself? That was torture. That was torture. It was unnecessary. It was unnecessary. I've done Q&A panels where I was the facilitator and I asked each of the speakers questions, and not my jam, right? You kind of figure out what works for you and what resonates with you. So hosting a summit, the first one, I don't want you to put perfect on the table because it will not be perfect. So let's take perfect off the table and let's just decide, because Super Kate is going to tell us to just make the damn decisions and do it, right? So we're taking perfect off the table. It is not going to be perfect. You are going to make mistakes. You are going to have tech challenges. You have things that are not going to work the way you want them to. Just know that when you go into this, we're taking perfect off the table. So with all of that being said, why should you host a summit? Why? Everything I just told you, that stuff is not going to work the way you want it to, that people are going to complain, that you're going to have speakers back out at the last minute, which did not happen this time. Yay, but it has happened before. So why will you still do this, even knowing that shit is not going to be perfect? The end result has to be greater than the pain you are going to suffer. Honestly, right? No pain, no gain, right? So knowing that, I just really want you to just take a moment and ask yourself, why would I put myself in this situation knowing that things could go wrong? What is the outcome that is going to make it all worth it for you? I would love to open up the chat or the come off your mic and tell us, why would you do this, even though things may not go perfect? What is the gain you were going to get? that's going to make it worth it for you? Who wants to share?
The impact of the message that you're sharing, because
Yeah.
honestly, so I can only share so much. I'm now in a room with 14 other speakers. They share that much more. The impact is incredible.
Yes. Yes.
I would say that you never know who needs to hear your message.
Yes. Even if
And
it's
so,
one person.
right, showing up is more than half the battle. And I'm a firm believer in connection. It has changed my life, my business, everything. And I think this is what this is about, coming together and maybe a place, creating a space to come together where maybe it wouldn't have happened otherwise.
Yeah. Creating community. Yes. Katerina.
Yeah, to capitalize on both of that, community changes everything.
Yes.
And because we're in our virtual world, and many of us are working from home. We're over here in our house by ourselves, but being able to get together virtually for a summit, for the things after the summit, like a summit is a one shot to like an energy boost, like a vitamin shot. But then after, you have to have ongoing health, ongoing support, ongoing guidance, and that helps us really cultivate our communities. But this is a way for new people to tap in, have impact, have uplift, and then the ones that want to hang out with us and got value, they get to keep getting value, and then we get more community, more connections, more mastery.
Yes. 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 Thank you for sharing that. Okay. That concludes the first keynote of the day. And now we're going to be moving into our first panel. And I am going to spotlight our first speaker, which is Miss Lisa Condon, who is going to be talking to us about aligning your summit with what matters most, aka your values, bitch, right?
Values, what? Oh, I'm in the wrong spot. I'm just saying. So first, Elaine, thank you. I'm so excited to be here, and I really appreciate being able to kick it off right after you. The energy is really exciting. So, and I'm excited nobody backed out on you. That's also awesome. And for everybody that's on this call, and I said it in the chat, and I really mean it, to add on to one of the things that Elaine said earlier, when you are hosting summits and you show up vulnerably and authentically, and you are there, when people ask you to show up, you show up. So anytime Elaine says, hey, I'm doing X, I'm there because it's Elaine. So sometimes it's about showing up because you know that that person's going to pull the right people in the room. So thank you for hosting this. So today I'm going to be talking about leading with values and aligning your summit with what matters most. And for those that don't know me, I know a lot of you on the call, but not everybody. So I'm Lisa Condon. I'm the founder and CEO of LC Enterprises. I'm an executive coach, life strategist, thought partner, and gratitude practitioner. And I help businesses and individuals step into their purposeful work through values-based strategic planning and gratitude conversations. So I want to start with a question for all of you, and I want you to close your eyes and think about this. What do you want people to feel when they leave your summit? And for those of you that haven't run a summit before, or you're kind of dabbling and thinking about it, think about what you would want them to feel when they leave your summit. And keep that for the next 6.5 minutes. Because this isn't about not what they learned or who they met, but how they felt. Was it, empowered? Thank you, Kathy. Was it inspired, seen, aligned, connected? And seen, thank you, Heidi. And now, what if I told you that the way to achieve that isn't just in the speakers you book or the marketing you do, that it starts actually long before that? We heard through Elaine talking and answering some of the questions in the hot seat. Curious, I love that, awakened. I'm not going to call everybody out, but I'm seeing it pop up. But Elaine said it's a lot of work. It is a lot of work to do a summit, but it starts long before the day of. You know, Elaine didn't just wake up yesterday and say, hey, I'm going to have a summit and now everything's going to magically appear. So I would like to say that it really all starts with your values. And so I'm going to talk through 3 things today with you. And the first is about building a values-driven foundation for your summit. And so when you lead with your values, your summit actually becomes more than an event. It actually becomes a movement for what you want to talk about, the information that you want to convey. And it actually becomes magnetic. We're experiencing it already today. The questions that are popping up, the energy, if you look at the speakers and just how Elaine put all of this together, you're literally going through this journey and this movement together that I'm going to bet when we get off this summit today, people are going to be like, oh, hell yeah, I'm doing a summit, because why wouldn't I do it with all of the information that I gather? But values are actually the heartbeat of any successful gathering, summit or otherwise. And they're not just words on a mission statement. They're actually the compass that guides our decisions as people, our decisions as a business. And I would even like to say, if you've done the work, great. If you've done it personally, but you haven't done it for your business, I encourage you to do it, or vice versa. And if you haven't done the work of really identifying your core values, please do. It is incredibly important. They are your guiding compass. It sets the tone, and it sets the tone for your summit. And it also creates resonance. So you want to ask yourself things like, what do I stand for? What does my audience actually crave on a soul level? And how can my summit reflect all of that? And there are ways to figure out what your core values are. You know, I have value cards. You can do it online. There's a couple of tests that you can do online. Reach out to me afterwards and I can point you in a multitude of directions. But it's important to start there. Because when you grow your summit and it's rooted in values, and it could, I mean, let's just say it's inclusion or creativity, authenticity, you are naturally going to attract speakers, partners, potentially sponsors, and attendees who are aligned with those values. Because you're not going to be out there saying, hey, my values are creativity and authenticity. It's organically going to show in how you represent through your speakers, through the marketing that you do, through how you talk about it in the interviews. And when people are aligned, connection deepens. You know, we heard Jen B talk about connection and write about it. We heard Katarina. Connection is everything. So those connections deepen when you already have this common bond and thread of value. So let me give you an example. So I once helped design a summit that was all based in gratitude, and the gratitude was the core value of the person running this, which I didn't know. So she naturally attracted me to work with her, and you know, I steep everything in my life in gratitude. And because of that one single word, it actually shaped everything that we did, from how we opened up the session to how we celebrated speakers to how we closed the day. Like literally, it was the theme throughout the day. Now, did we use the word gratitude all throughout the day? No. But you could tell, again, along with the titles and the topics and just how we embraced one another and connected with one another. And here's the feedback that happened. I felt like I belonged. That's the power of a values-driven experience. You are bringing people into your movement, into your community, into your space that feel connected, and they feel like they are in the right place at the right time and they belong. The second thing I want to talk about is how to use strategic planning to simplify execution and amplify results when it's based in your value system. So let's be honest, and we heard it already, hosting a summit can be overwhelming, right? There's so many moving parts, whether it's content, tech, time, you know, you name it. But strategy brings clarity, and values also bring your strategy forward. So when your planning is guided by your values, every piece becomes simpler and more intentional. Because when you're living in your values, you're not pushing that rock uphill, right? So all you're doing is living exactly in the authentic, vulnerable way that you are meant to live and step forward. So when your values are your compass and you lean into that, things are just, I'm not going to say easy, but I will say easier, because you're not trying to be something you're not. You're not trying to step into a space that doesn't make any sense for you. So, for example, okay, if collaboration is one of your core values, maybe you don't want 20 individual speakers. Maybe you want a few powerful speakers. I mean, we heard Elaine just say, Elaine, what, you had like 62, 65 and did the interview style, and that just didn't really align with you because you weren't able to connect in that deep, meaningful way and provide the value to others that you were bringing in. So you made a change and you shifted that. So you have to really know what your values are to build the right summit around your value system so you can think about the intent that you want to have. If accessibility matters to you, well, that's going to shape how you price your tickets. You might choose your tech platform and event materials, or even what they pay. We heard like Elaine saying she's got a free and then the VIP is an upgrade. Not everybody does that. So, again, it really helps to define the type of summit you want to have. And strategic planning isn't about doing more. It's about being intentional around what matters most to you. Because, and many of you have heard me say this before, right? You can value your priorities, but even more so, you want to prioritize your values. Because when you prioritize your values, that authentic piece of you steps forward. And that goes for planning, and that goes for the planning of your summit as you put that together. So I really encourage you, as you're building out your summit, use these filters. Number one, does it align with your core values? And if it doesn't, I encourage you maybe take a second look at it. The second thing is, does this serve your audience in a meaningful way? And you've got to decide and define what meaningful means to you. The third is, does this contribute to the energy that you want to create? Because sometimes, and we've all been to various summits, right? And sometimes a summit can be really internal, really spiritual, really deep, and it becomes very quiet. Other summits are really energized and big and bold. And so what is it that you want to contribute to the energy? What space do you want to hold for people? Because when you say yes to the right things that align with you and that are in your value system, you can confidently say no to the rest of it. And good gravy. Like, there's so much to do. Say no to the things that you can say no to. You don't have to be everything to everyone. Stay in alignment with yourself. And that's where the execution becomes not only easier, but more impactful, as I mentioned. The third thing that I want to bring up today is staying energized by weaving self-care into your leadership. Self-care is so important. It's something I continue to work on. I've been in business 17 years, friends, and I still work on how do I set the boundaries around self-care in business. I played office as a kid, so I love being at my desk and doing all the things. But self-care goes to the wayside. Don't do that. Please do not do what I do. So here's the truth, though, about running a summit. You're not just the host, you are actually the leader. And people look to you, whether it's your speakers, your attendees, your sponsors, your stakeholders, your partnerships. And leadership requires energy, authenticity, and presence. So, how often do summit hosts find themselves exhausted, overwhelmed, completely disconnected from the experience they're creating? Elaine, I love the fact that you said you took a before picture and then you're going to have an after picture. I love that because that's very real. And I think that happens. But remember, you can't pour from an empty cup. And I think, again, we all know that. We have to find the ways to fill our cup. But you also cannot call people to transformation if you're running on fumes. So again, as the leader, what are you doing to not only show up, but also to sustain throughout the day? Many of us belong to a community where there's a pretty big conference that happens in the fall. And the CEO of that organization, she literally takes the entire week off afterward to basically replenish herself. Smart, very, very smart. So what are you doing to build in those pieces for yourself? and leading up to it, during and after. So Kathy, I love it. You take the week off after as well. Awesome. We can build that into our calendars, right? We own our time, and we know that time is our most precious commodity. So use it wisely. So I really invite you to treat your well-being as not just as a luxury, but as a leadership strategy, and build self-care into the summit itself, because you want to schedule intentional breaks. You want to create that calming kind of backstage environment. For those of you in theater, you know what I'm talking about. You almost want to assign what I like to call a summit doula. I don't know if you've heard that term before. Like Paula Allen, I know she's on here. She's a summit doula in my mind. Someone whose role is to support you through the event. Like people like Paula and others are invaluable because summits don't happen without them. And block time for breath, water, nourishment, and reflection. Because again, it's so important how this ties into your values. Oh, I'm sorry. Elaine, I'm wrapping up, I promise. So again, pulling that all together and steeping that in values, like that is where the magic is. But in order to live into those values, you really have to make sure you're taking care of yourself. So trust your intuition. So here's the thing, and I'll close it out. It's about creating a container where people feel aligned and part of your movement. And when you start and step into it with your value system, people can't help but to feel that magnetic pull and want to be along for the ride. So lead with values, let strategies serve, and let your energy elevate the room. Thank you.
Lovely. And if you didn't see, there's the workbook questions are in the chat. I encourage you to reflect on what those values are for you and what will guide your summit, because they really are the foundation. So thank you, Lisa. Love you, girlfriend. Next up is going to be Laura, who is going to be talking about owning your vision and your voice as a summit host.
And what better, Lisa, excuse me, Lisa, you were a perfect lead in. It's like you are so right that your values, your core values are the foundation that's going to lead us into your voice and vision and what I'm going to share today. So how often have we seen a summit that attracts us but it's got all the bells and whistles, like the branding is all slick and the tech is all perfect and the speakers are phenomenal, and we show up and we don't connect. Like Jen B was talking about the connection. It's like all the externals were there and we show up and it's like, oh, but it just doesn't connect with us. So we've started with our values. Lisa really pointed out the importance of what our values are. And so from there, we get to create the vision for our summit. And the vision is your compass. So the way I'm going to do this today is we're going to ask some questions. I'm going to give you some time to reflect, to write some notes, and then maybe share some of your answers in the chat so we can see what everyone's, what's going on with everyone. So your vision doesn't need to be this polished mission. Again, it's all about connection. You need a vision that feels like something is important to you based on those core values that Lisa talked about. So the first question I'm going to ask is, what change do I want this summit to spark? What's the transformation? So think about a summit that you're wanting to create or that you share. What is the change that you want this summit to be? I'm going to start my timer. And if you want to share in the chat, that would be lovely. And while you're thinking about that, Simon Sinek talked about what's your why? This is what's your why. What is the vision? What is the reason that this summit matters to you? What's the emotional tone or transformation that you want people to walk away with? Building community impact, one person hearing that message. Exactly. You are doing this maybe for that just one person. What is that big vision that you have? And this vision, just like your core values, like Lisa talked about, is what you use to make all your decisions from. So the speakers that you choose, the platform that you use, the message, even the title of, will also is the vision, Well, share with people. That's what you're going to tell people. That's how you're sharing what your summit is all about. When you own your vision, you take Elaine's templates and you make them your own. Elaine has been kind enough to create these templates so that you don't have to start from scratch. But your vision, you take those templates and fit them into your vision. And you build a summit that doesn't just deliver content, it delivers a meaning, a message that means something to you. You're not doing it just to do it. You're doing it because you have this big vision and this impact that you want to share. So number one, your vision is your compass. Number two, your voice is your medicine. So not even you are sharing, you're doing maybe a keynote, so you're using your voice, and it doesn't have to be perfect, just as Elaine said. How many of us, and I'm going to conclude myself in this, I am a performer, I am a perfectionist, and I am learning to move past that. And your voice, when you are real, you aren't polished, you allow yourself to make mistakes and to stumble, that's where the connection is. That's where you're real. You don't have to be polished. You don't have to be perfect. So what would change if you stopped performing and you started connecting? So if you didn't have to feel like you had to put on this big performance and it was all about connection and impact, what would you change? How would you show up differently? What would your voice be? I want to take a breath. You're going to drop into your body, because so many times we're in our heads. Let's drop into our body, because our body has the answers. And let's answer. If I let go of what I think a summit should look like, what kind of experience would I actually love to create? You get to share your voice in a different way, in the way that matters to you. Because there are a lot of things out there telling you should do it this way and you should do it that way, or it's successful. I'm successful doing it this way. Well, guess what? You get to share your voice and your vision, back to the vision, how it matters to you. Because as Lisa said, that's what's going to magnetize the right people. That's what's going to magnetize the audience that wants to hear your message and that you can make the impact with. Your voice is the heart behind your opening message. It's the realness you bring to your speaker intros, the emotional thread that ties everything together. And when you own your voice as a summit host, you're no longer trying to sound like everyone else. You're being you. And that's where the impact is. The very last thing, I have 2 minutes left. Your energy is the container. What is the energy that you're bringing to your summit? How are you drained? Are you burnt out? That's the energy. So Lisa talked about self-care. Are you giving your self-care not only after, but before and during, so that you are flowing and grounded when you show up for your summit? Because that energy is going to trickle through everything throughout that entire day. How do I want people to feel inside the space that I'm creating? Yes, you want to know how they feel, but how do you want to create the space, and how do you want them to feel in that space? That's your energy. That's the energy that you bring. So the foundation for any summit, yes, there's all the bells and whistles, but the foundation will start with Lisa's values. We'll go to vision, voice, and energy. That's the foundation that you build a successful summit on.
Hell yes. Love, love, love.
Thank you.
Perfect. Okay, I took some really great notes. All right, so next up is going to be Super Kate, and she's going to be helping us make the damn decisions and putting our idea into action.
Hello. I'm just going to reflect what Laura said. I mean, you are getting such an interesting stepping from one speaker to another, the complimentary, even from Elaine, like we're clearly of the same mind. So thank you all for being here. Thank you, Elaine, for putting this together. I'm Super Kate, and you can call me SK, you can call me Kate, but I do prefer Super Kate or SK. And I'm just not a Katie. I'm going to put that right out there, not a Katie. So thank you for showing up for this. And what I'm here, obviously, to talk about are decisions. And I want to preface this by saying, apparently, like a lot of people here, I came from the entertainment world. I spent a huge part of my career there working in live production. And one of the things about live production that I do love are all of those crazy last minute decisions that have to take place. Yes, it's absolutely chaotic, but there's a bit of a high that comes from that adrenaline rush. But what supports those decisions? Because they can be like production changing depending on what it is. And I've worked with some incredible performers over the years. And one of the things that they all have in common is their intention around what they are creating for that moment. And so we've heard based on values, we've heard based on vision. And so I bring in intention because you are creating a summit, which is essentially a production. You have an idea, you're gathering people, you're going to have a viewing audience, and you have tech. I mean, it's all there. So how are you approaching this? Just as the other speakers have talked about. And I invite in tying your mindset to that intention, because you can have an intention of, I am going to pull in 10,000 leads from this summit. But if when you're saying that to yourself, I really need to pull in 10,000 leads from this summit, that's not matching the intention. So I've talked about in the video that there are ways to inch that mindset and that intention a little closer together. But just as with any mindset thing, you are connected to your body. Your body and mind are not approaching this differently. They are intertwined. If you're coming at this from a place of scarcity, if you aren't feeling safe, that's going to be pulled in, just as burnout will be pulled in. Now, I'm not saying you can't have a summit with a super high intention that may come from a place of scarcity, but how can you reframe that so that your body goes along with you, that you are ready? Because as we've all heard from the speakers before, and as I'm sure if you pay any attention to things with other summits, with other big productions, not being there, full body, full mind, things can fly off the rails really quickly if you are not ready to make that decision fast. I am sure, as like with Elaine not being able to get the YouTube stream going immediately, she was going to have to make another quick decision. But she's done this enough, she would have had something lined up, or she knew how to handle it if she didn't. And that is huge when it comes to how do we set things up. So you've got your intention, you've got your mindset. This is where you need to start taking away as many distractions as possible. All high performance people, all like high level, fast paced people limit the amount of distractions in their life. That comes from like the amount of tabs you have open, your boundaries, what you allow into your life. All of it is a distraction. Right now, if you have 4 tabs open, even just 4 on a browser, the amount of times that your eyes go across those tabs, even if you're not like, I have 4 tabs right now. I have my email, I have my calendar, I have a video that I want to watch, And there's one other thing. I can tell you that the last day I spent multiple times during the day looking at, oh, should I click on my calendar? Oh, should I watch that video? Oh, wait, I should check my email. Wasted energy. Take those distractions out. People who are making big level decisions, when Elaine is making her decisions around summits, she is zoning in as much as possible, and those distractions aren't there. So figure out where your distractions are, and let's find a place of focus. And then when you have that chance of looking at your decisions, what date are you aiming for? Why are you aiming for that date? Who are you going to involve? All of these things, make as many of those decisions as you possibly can up front, because inevitably one of those is going to go slightly wrong, maybe more, and you're going to have a backup plan. But if you don't already know, again, how many things you already know going into it, you're going to start feeling the overwhelm of one more decision lining up as you get closer to the event. Now, one of the intentions that I like to have going into things is, how can I do this with ease? That may not be yours. You may be like, how can I do this with as much power and like awesomeness as I possibly can? I've had some of those moments in my life, but this is where I'm at now. How can I do this with more ease? So finding that intention, matching your mindset to it, feeling how your body, so important. How does your body feel with that mindset, with that intention? And then looking at the decisions you have to make from that place. I have reminders of my intentions around so that it's like a guidepost, right? A goalpost, whatever. And that it just keeps reminding me, this is where you want to go. Okay? I know that the people I worked with in the past always knew where they were going. There were very few questions about where they wanted to go. And that's why things lined up the way they did, much faster. So I conclude with, I know you are deeply caring people. And no matter what day in history it is, you will have plenty of things you think are important. And I just humbly request that you share your skills, your heart with others, because you started this business, this idea, because you're passionate about it. And I love seeing you shine your light out into the world. So I help clients find this clarity. I help them make those decisions. And I'm just very grateful you are all here today. Thank you so much.
Woohoo! Fantastic. See, okay, I'm just going to tell you guys, when I do my lineup, there's a method to my madness. Like I have it stacks one upon the other. So when she's like, wow, like, yes, I do that with intention. It comes from photographing weddings. When I used to do that, I could not put the cake cutting at the beginning of the album. Like that doesn't make sense. It's not how it started. It has to go in order. All right, so our next speaker is Kelly Troya, who is going to be talking about designing your summit for impact, flow, format, and experience. Yes.
Hello. I had a moment of panic when I was like, I hope I'm next on the, on the speaker list and I'm not just shoving my presentation in above somebody else. I am absolutely loving all of this content, from vision to values to decisions, thinking on your feet, all grounded in intention. I'm learning a ton, and I really appreciate you, Elaine, for including me. My name is Kelly Troya. I am the founder and chief astonishment officer at Clandestine Events and Experiences. We are a creative events agency based in New Orleans and Austin, and we use creativity to transform events into fully immersive experiences. And of course, as a creative, I felt compelled to leverage visuals to tell my story. So, all right, let's have a little chat. If your idea of a summit or an event involves a lukewarm buffet and 86 slides, I've got some bad news. That just doesn't cut it anymore. This is designing summits for impact, and I'm not here to inspire. I'm here to tell you to light the damn script on fire. So I'd like to start with a quick poll. If you could grab your phones and use this QR code to answer the question, how many of us have attended a conference or a summit and began checking our emails or socials about 2 minutes in? And I'll pause this for a sec. Oh, let me move back there. There you go. All right. Yep. Okay. Yes, that's what I thought. We have 0 people who said that's never happened to me. Right. You enter with the best intentions, but you leave with stale coffee breath and 47 tabs open on your laptop. All because someone thought 3 hours of back-to-back panels equals engagement, but it doesn't. As we all know, it really equals brain fog. So here's the thing. Flow isn't some nice to have. Flow is what makes your summit stick. Think less spreadsheets and more symphony, less run of show and more well-orchestrated DJ set with a tempo and a rhythm. Because the reality is you've got about 5 minutes. That's how long you've got before people decide whether to tune in or check out. So don't open with mic checks. You've got to open with energy, drama, mystery. Hell, light something on fire if you have to. I'm not above it, I'll tell you that. So back when I was working on the Walmart shareholders meeting, we actually had a live rock band playing at 6:30 in the morning. No joke. It was pure energy in the air the second you walked in. Imagine hearing Bon Jovi as you enter the building at 6 a.m. You could feel it in your chest, and that was the point. Shake them up, set the tone immediately. That one move changed how people entered the room and how they listened, how they engaged. That's what keeps people in it. You've got to think of energy like a party. You can't keep it at 11 the entire time. You need the energy to build with breaths and beats. Keynotes, quiet. Think of a roller coaster. Upwards on the approach as you reach the top, then the descent. All right, I'm going to give you another real world example. This one was a podcasting retreat that was anything but typical. We brought guests to an out of this world venue in New Orleans. Music Box Village is a one of a kind outdoor sound sculpture garden where each whimsical structure doubles as a musical instrument you can play, part immersive art installation and part performance venue. It's an unforgettable blend of creativity, community, and so quintessential New Orleans. Our guests were able to explore the entire space, interact with all the musical architecture. You really have to see it to believe it. It's amazing. And we fed them all family style, just like you would at your mama's house. And then the evening ended with a surprise performance by a local crew of misfits who literally stole the show. It was immersive, it was weird, and it worked because it was perfect for the makeup of the group we were hosting. It's not going to work for everyone, but it was also something that they got to share. It was a shared experience. And it wasn't just designed by us, it was co-created by the guests, which was amazing. Most events look more like a Tetris board. Every inch is packed. Every block is perfectly aligned. Session, break, keynote, lunch, panel, repeat. There's barely room to exhale, let alone think. Tea breaks, optional. So here's the thing. White space is not wasted space. It's the pause between notes that gives the music its rhythm. When you leave intentional gaps in your summit, quiet time, buffer space, you're not losing value. You're actually amplifying it. People don't bond over quarterly goals. They bond over shared meals, weird questions, and real eye contact. You can't fake that. You have to engineer it to some extent. So for us, we don't just hand out name tags, we actually hand them curiosity. Every name tag at our events includes an unusual, slightly disarming icebreaker question. Don't open with "what do you do," but more things like, which reality TV show would you definitely win? What's your go-to karaoke song? Because you learn more about someone in 10 seconds with a good question than in 10 minutes of awkward small talk. So don't end your summit with a half-hearted Q&A and some swag bags. End with something they actually feel, a story, a moment, a mic drop. Leave them thinking, not clapping out of obligation. All right, as a recap, your summit isn't a schedule, it's a score. And you are the damn conductor. So you've got to rethink the energy and rewrite the flow in your mind. Make it unforgettable, or why bother at all? I'm Kelly Troya, and I believe events can change people. If you're ready to make that happen, you know where to find me. Thank you.
Mic drop. Whoop, whoop. Love that. Thank you, my friend. All
Thank you.
right. Where is Michelle? There she is.
Wait, I'm sure.
Michelle is going to be talking about speaker lineups, right?
That is right. Hi, everybody.
1 second. There we go.
Oh,
Okay.
hi. Wonderful to see all of you. Thank you for such brilliant content already. I'm also learning from all of you. So my name is Michelle Parad. I am the founder of the Multidimensional Leaders, which is a community that amplifies the voices of conscious entrepreneurs. And I'm also an intuitive guide, and I help people to really amplify their message and find their voice and understand what they're here to create in the world. So I want to, preface by saying that I've had an events background, so I definitely have a little bit of a competitive advantage as it comes to creating my own summit for my personal brand. And it's actually happening next week. It's called the Build Your Influence Ecosystem Summit. And going in, I really had a lot of intention for this summit. I didn't want it to just be, let's line up a whole bunch of speakers and then goodbye, right? I really, really wanted to learn from these people deeply, understand who they are, understand who their audiences are, what their expertise are, in a deep, deep way, not just, what's their bio say, what does it say on LinkedIn? I wanted to understand them as human beings. And so I don't think this is traditional, but I spent time with each and every speaker on one-on-one calls. And I also did kind of these pre-summit interviews as well, mainly for the audience, but also for myself to understand their stories, why they're doing what they're doing. And so I could understand how I could help them in the future and also how we could collaborate. And so what's really, really fun about this is that what's come out of it so far is that I've have one joint venture for a program. So I have one person who is helping me put a public speaking program together. And we're doing a collaborative book together with 4 or 5 other speakers. So it's really like the summit is the starting point for so many other things. So you can't really think of it as, let me get as many speakers as possible for this summit. Let's like line up 50 or 60, like Elaine said, like, maybe not the best thing to do. Why not, go deeper into finding the right fit people, and have, the same values and the same kind of audience and mission. And for that, I do think that you need to give yourself a little bit more runway time, right? I think a lot of people are like, let's put a summit together in 3 months. Give yourself more time so that you can really, really find the right fit people, because it's an investment into building an ecosystem, a network of people who are going to become your biggest advocates, your biggest collaborators, and you really, really don't know what's going to come out of it. So that's the really fun, and I really recommend everybody come in with that specific intention when finding speakers. And I definitely also leaned in on finding specific keywords, in people's LinkedIn, in people's bios too, that aligned with my values. So, going back to the values piece too, I mean, this is important not just for the messaging for the summit, but in finding your speakers too. And so I looked for things like multi-passionate, like a couple of the speakers, even that's our tagline. Like, I'm a multi-passionate. I was like, oh wow, you're my person, right? Or I looked for people who had something about community and collaboration because that's really, what I'm building and really, really what I'm passionate about. And so I find these like-minded people who understand, okay, what this event is really about, and they want to take part because it's part of their mission, it's part of their language, right? So it's the like-minded match. And they're more likely to really want to promote you, to share your message with other people. And then it starts to become almost like a movement, right? It doesn't have to just start with the summit and then, one and done. If you're smart about it, you can also turn it into an evergreen content. So any content that comes out of the summit, see where you can repurpose it, see where you can continue to use, snippets from the summit, because not everyone joins live as much as we want them to, right? And so why not, find and facilitate ways to continue the conversation with the same people and turn this into something just so much bigger. And so I wanted to find people who felt the same way as I did and weren't just gonna like show up and then ghost and goodbye, like that's the end, right? And so that's why I had these one-on-one conversations where I got to know again what are their motivations, what makes them tick and all the rest. And so in that process, I also had to reject some people, and there were a few times where I had to drop some people too. It's not ideal, but again, I think because of my background, I kind of got to know a little bit sometimes the red flags from the beginning. And so, sometimes it's like, okay, if somebody is just a monologue, they just go on and on and on. This is probably going to be somebody that isn't going to stop and listen and have an energetic exchange with you or the audience. And so I got a sense of, okay, this is a person that's like not going to get off stage. They're just going to keep rambling and it's not going to look good for anyone. Right? And so, I mean, you kind of have to make some of those hard decisions because they could have the expertise and they could, on paper, look really great. But, you got to get to know a little bit deeper into who they are to really see, okay, is it truly a fit? Other red flags, I guess, to look out for is, if they have never done a summit before, maybe they've spoken on podcasts or like other types of arenas, it's likely that they may not have all the assets and things that you need ready, like a lead magnet, etc. I mean, there are exceptions to that rule if you really, really like get along with that person and you think they would be super valuable. But just to, if it's your first summit, to make it easier for yourself, like find the people who, have done this before, and it just they'll have the stuff ready. They're not going to have to necessarily create it from scratch, because then, that oftentimes they're not going to get that information in time. So that's one thing I tend to look out for. And then I also, recommend to aim higher than you even expect. A couple of speakers that I got have tens of thousands of subscribers. Not that that was like the thing I looked for necessarily, but it was like they had the values and they had the specific expertise I was looking for, and they had a big audience. And so, and initially I might feel intimidated to be like reaching out to them. It's like, who am I, etc. But again, it's like if you lean into the mission and they really, really align with what you have to share, chances are they'll at least have a call with you just because they're really intrigued. And, I got on a call with someone who is like a big time, like New York bestseller, etc. He didn't end up being part of the summit. However, he still wanted to chat with me, and then he gave me like some key advice for promotion for the summit. So he recommended to me, hey, speakers, they really like to get email addresses, etc. Why don't you gamify it in a way that helps them kind of really want to promote it even more by sharing some of the email addresses for the people that show up live to their session. So these are clearly warm leads that like actually took the time to show up to, not the recording or whatever, or not passively registering, but they, were super interested in your topic. Why not share those email addresses, with the speakers, and so that they feel like, okay, this is worth my time. I'm getting real prospects out of this as well. So that's, something I implemented for this summit. I wouldn't have had that idea had I not gotten on the phone with this person, right? So, even though it didn't turn out, you never know who's willing to like come in and help and have a conversation with you. So that's what I would also recommend is, who do you want to surround yourself with, be elevated by? Because also it's like the people that you're surrounding yourself with, that's also, increasing your authority too, right? So you want to be very, very specific about, people who are experts, they're not like just this at the start of their careers or just starting their business, right? At least, for the first summit, you definitely, that's part of what's going to help attract people to your summit. And honestly, once you get that first person, then who is kind of like a little bit more elevated, in the eyes of like social media than you are, then it actually becomes super easy to find the other speakers because you're like, listen, this person here, they're already involved, right? And so they're like, oh yeah, that sounds exciting. I also want to be a part of that if this person is there, right? So it's a kind of a trickle effect. And last thing I want to say, I don't know how many more minutes I have, but one thing I would say is that I did majority of the speakers were referrals. Some of them were me tapping into other communities I've been a part of. So if you're feeling like you're not ready to put on a summit, but like you want to do it next year, my recommendation is like be part of as many summits as you can and also network with the people that are part of it too, because you never know who in that circle will then you can invite to your summit because they, likely there's an overlap in topics. And so, definitely leverage communities, other summits, and get to know people who, again, have similar mission as you. Either they will participate or they'll have a great idea for somebody who would be good for your summit. So I feel like, laying that groundwork of really building your network is super, super important because the day you decide, okay, like I have the time, I have the team to put this on, you're going to already have like a Rolodex of people who are going to be willing and able to, step it up. And so, I love the fact that so each speaker that I spoke to, I was like, who do you recommend? And typically, they're going to recommend people who have the same values as well. So it's a win-win. And, the fact that they refer other people, they love that too, because it's like it's beautiful goodwill too. So, those are my general tips for everyone who's looking for speakers. I guess I wanted to, if I have a few more minutes, if anyone has specific fears as it relates to finding speakers or any blocks that you might have, I'd love to hear from you. And then we could actually do something a little different, which is a little meditation and subconscious work specifically on that.
So what we're going to do, Michelle, is we're going to have some hot seat coaching, so we can
Sure.
definitely ask people to share.
Okay.
So yeah. Super
Awesome.
great.
Yeah, and if you have some of those in the chat, and then I can circle back to them when the time is right for that. So
Yeah,
yeah, I'm gonna drop the link for my summit next week if anyone is interested to join
perfect.
as well. And yeah, happy to get any of your questions later on. And
Yeah.
so wonderful to be here and meet all of you. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Such great information. I've been taking lots of notes too, huh, Paula? We're like note takers over here. So Paula is up next, and she's going to be sharing all around building your summit support team. Because newsflash, don't try to do this by yourself. What are you doing? Absolutely not. So Paula, tell us why we need a team, girl.
Yes. So my name is Paula Allen. I am an online business manager. I run a virtual assistant team. I do a lot of tech strategy and back-end systems. So I have been doing this online thing for about 20 years now. And I've been an entrepreneur for over 40, I will just say. It's been well over 40 at this point. So a lot of it is around trying not to do it all yourself, right? So you can't do this all yourself. You can't do the whole back end and the front end and be everything. Super Kate was talking about being the production manager. You can't be the production manager and the actor and the script writer and the thing, everything. But you can control all that. So you can control all that from the top down by doing what all these ladies have spoken about beforehand, before this, right? You build in your values, you build in everything that you want this to be, your experience, your energy, your speakers, you get the right people on board, and you share that with everyone, including your team. And so your team are going to be an extension of this energy, and you have to have their buy-in. So you have to know what you're doing. You have to do all that groundwork before you build your team and get them on board. If they have the same energy and and the same values and the same perspective as you do going into the event, it's going to run wonderfully no matter what happens. Yes, tech messes up. Yes, things happen. Yes, some connection doesn't connect, but it doesn't matter because everyone's just doing the right thing, going the right way, and having the same energy. And so that is what you want to start building in to your team. And I say there's 3 things for your team. One is your tech is part of your team. That also has to work the way that with the energy that you want it to work, right? Elaine is the ideal at running these summits. This is like the second one I've been on as a speaker that she's done. And also I've been to most of hers, and they just run so smoothly because she has it in place. The tech is running how she wants it to run. And so, it aligns with everything she says. You will not see something that comes in your email that is not her voice. You will not see something on social media that is not Elaine. And so everything is there. And then also, I always say your tools, the templates, the SOPs, everything else has to be in place too. And she's a guru, and Elaine has shown that as well as part of the summit with how she's treated our speakers, as we got everything we needed. We didn't have to go searching for it. We didn't have to go asking for it. It was all easily accessible and very well communicated, where we could find our pictures and our graphics and our posts and all the things, and sharing and what we needed to do and how long we could speak and all the things. It was so well set up. But then also the team. So when you're building your team, I loved how Michelle said about speakers, ask who you know. It's the same thing with your team. Who are you using? Who are you using? Who's doing this well for you? I always say when you're building your team, that's one of the best places to start, is to talk to other people. And I will say that your VAs that are working with your social media postings and things like that may be part of that team, but an events team is different. An events team has to understand events. They have to understand that you're putting an experience together for your event. And so you really want to make sure that they follow what you're saying, and they have the same perspective as you do for what you're sharing, what you want to do with your summit, the outcomes that you want. And sometimes a VA that's just loading up your systems and things like that it might not be your help with your event, other than loading up emails and things like that. You might, the day of the event, you might have a team that's working your chat, or there's a lot of different people that could be on your team, especially the day of, that'll be allowing people in, be dropping the questions, be dropping links, and just taking care of general tech issues that might happen, things like that for people. Maybe a speaker, their microphone isn't working. You might want to have someone on hold that can go, hey, go figure this out with her. Because if you're the one that's in front of your event producing it, that should not be you, because that's distractions. You're also talking about distractions, right? Those are distractions. The first thing I did have a paper and everything. I was taking tons of notes over here, as you saw me probably leaning sideways if you saw the whole gallery, because I had it on my other screen. The first thing I did when I knew it was almost my turn is I put that away, because I don't want the distraction, because I know that I will go like that the second something pops up, just because that's my brain, right? Everyone's brain. We all want that instant gratification of what's going on in our worlds, especially now with social media and everything, how everything pops up so fast. So you want to make sure that you have people that can be aligned with being present for you, being present for what you need them to be during the time of your summit. And the behind the scenes, doing all the things that need to be done, that might see things that you don't see. So maybe, you're so busy doing things, and they're like, hey, we forgot to send out that email to the speakers one last time. Things like that will kind of help you be proactive in your summit, and help you just build the summit as much as possible. Not that they need to go out and market to their people and all of that stuff, just that they need to look from your perspective. And when you share what your values are, what your intentions are, what your heart is behind it, what the reason for the summit is. Because I can say, oh, I'm having a summit, and oh, okay, what's that reason? And everyone immediately thinks, if you don't start sharing that stuff, oh, it's to build your email list. And that's probably not, for most of us, the reason. It's for the connections and the community and meeting new people. I mean, these speakers this morning, I didn't know half of them, and I've met amazing people. Now I can't wait to connect more, right? And so you really, really want to build your team, your tech, and your tools that go with everything else that you just answered. So those are actually the second thing, or the next layer of building. They're not the first layer of building. Your first layer is to go through what our speakers have spoken about this morning, which I'm going to have a summit next fall. So I'm so excited to be on the summit right now, because I'm like going, oh, I got to do that. I've got to do that. And I have my assistant and I have been talking about the experience that we want a little bit. And now I have so much more to share. I'm so excited. And so, yeah, so you can connect with me anytime. I am more than happy to answer questions, to help people with building their teams and making sure that they have the experience that they desire in their event.
Yay! Thank you, Paula. So important to have a team with you. All right, Lorraine is up next, and I am going to hold on a second. Why was my swap not available? There we go. Hold the phone. All right, Lorraine, how are you doing, hun? Lorraine is on a train going to Maine.
I'm on a train. Thank you, Elaine. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Excellent, excellent. So I first want to extend a very, very big thank you to you, Elaine, for all of your amazing emails and for this wonderful opportunity. Thank you to everyone that's here. I've been learning and listening to everyone. I was just thinking that me being on a train is so reflective of what I have to come here and talk about, because I'm the lawyer in this group, and I am here to tell you to plan for emergencies. And we're literally stopped at a station because a passenger is having a medical emergency. So it just really, really makes me think about when life happens, how do we react? And I think a lot of us business owners, summit hosts, yeah. Oh, thank you, Heidi. You know, this is our lives, right? Some of us work from home. Some of us are mothers, parents, wives, husbands. I know there's a gentleman here, so I don't want to ignore our amazing men who work hard. And life happens, and what do we do? And one of the things that I think I wanted to do, Elaine, in coming here is I think legal services are very scary for most people. I think no one wants to deal with it. I think we just want to pretend it doesn't exist. We want to do our summit, smile, meet everybody, shake hands, do all the fun stuff and let it go. And I'm here to tell you lovingly, you cannot do that. Legal services are a critical part of everything we say, everything we do, and all the interactions that we have. And we're living in an age where AI, content creation, ideas, brand names, right? We're hearing these words like trademark and copyright and patent being thrown around. People have no idea what those things are for. And they build their businesses and they put their money and they throw their money at these very expensive things that they don't even know what, they don't know why they need them, when they're going to need them. And so one of the things that I thought was really important for this one, I'm learning, hopefully, if I host a summit, which I'd like to do sometime soon, I'm definitely getting a wonderful education in how to do that. But secondly, I want to invite everyone here to bring legal services into your planning as early as possible. And we talked a lot about relationships. All this panel had some wonderful things to say about relationships. And I cannot stress the importance of not only doing your due diligence, going on Google, asking other colleagues, friends, summit hosts, Elaine, any of the people on this panel, do you have an amazing attorney? Do they know someone or someone that has experience with content creators, with doing the kind of work that I do and is affordable, approachable, returns emails, returns phone calls, has some real reviews on Google, on Yelp? Have you worked with them? Can you give me some ideas as to whether they have some payment plans or they're flexible? You as a summit host, if this is something that you want to do, this is your responsibility and not anyone else's. You have to make sure that you are properly protected in this event, so any legal transactions. And you also have to make sure that your speakers and your vendors and the people that are working with you are protected. And one of the things, Elaine, because I'm actually on the train because one of my medical appointments switched and it was just one of those appointments that you can't miss. So I told Elaine, I am going to be there one way or another on the train, on the phone. But outside of that, I signed a contract with Elaine to be here. And she was very clear about what was expected of me in participating in the summit panel, the times I needed to show up, the videos that were due. And I'll admit it was late, but I was in constant communication with Elaine, asking for time, letting her know what was happening. That is not much different from the legal relationship that you are going to have with the people that are helping you at your event, that are speaking at your event. I have a rule in my practice. I don't assume expectations. I write them down and I ask the other party to write down their expectations from this event, from the deliverables, right? That's a very fancy way of saying, what are you going to do? And what am I going to do in this relationship, in this transaction? So for this summit, Elaine was very clear. For the VIP, she's like, I need a 20-minute video and I need it by this date. And this is the Google box that you're going to drop it into. And if you're late, you need to call me so I can help you. Like, she was very, very explicit in her agreement. But also, if people don't do what they're supposed to do, this also gives summit hosts some legal recourse. Well, if we don't keep our promises, if we're not able to meet our deadlines, if something doesn't go the way that we planned, what do we do? And that is exactly what legal services are for. You can anticipate and predict that things will go wrong. We don't know what will go wrong, but we can put a roadmap in place for how we're going to deal with those situations when they do. So again, I emailed Elaine, hey, my video is going to be late. I'm going to be on the train. I have an appointment that switched, but I'm not just going to not show up, aside from the fact that that would be very messed up, because Elaine has put a lot of hard work into this. And when I give my word, I stick to it. But from a legal perspective, you want the people that you're working with to know that you honor your contracts, that you do up to the impossible to show up, and that you have a plan in place. And if they don't, guess what? You can offer a plan. So, hey, if you can't find headphones and be in your living room to show up at this time, let us know. We can text you the link to your cell phone so that you can access us if possible, and we'll figure it out. But you want to write out what that looks like and not assume that the people who are helping you understand exactly what to do. Because I can tell you 99 times out of 100, they don't know what to do, or they'll not show up, and then they'll send you some kind of sad story after your summit, when people were counting on Elaine to have a lawyer in this panel, when people were counting on having their questions answered by a licensed attorney. So not only did you make yourself look badly, but you made the host of the summit look badly, and you made the people that were relying on your word, on your contracts, to feel badly and to not have gotten the value that they were expecting. So I want everyone to keep this in mind, particularly because I think a lot of us separate legal services, again, from what we're doing. And I want you to think more about legal services as one of your key values.
Oh no, she's gone. The train must have disconnected her. Okay, let's move on to our next speaker, which is, hold on a second, is Heidi, who's going to be talking about follow-up. Now, Heidi is coming to us all the way from Portugal, y'all. So that's why we have her always in the beginning, because we're being kind. We are kind people here, and we don't want someone being up at 10 o'clock at night on our summit, because that's rude. So Ms. Heidi, please take it away.
Hey, I did the first one at 10 at night.
Yeah, you did, and that was terrible of me.
Oh, I thank you so much for putting me towards the beginning, because I know probably I would be better at a little later in it, but this is still perfect timing. And hi, everyone. It is so wonderful to follow up after so many wonderful speakers and experts like all of you guys, the wisdom you're sharing. Thank you for that. Hi, everybody. I'm Heidi, and yes, I am coming from sunny Portugal today. And I believe that the way you connect with people is the strategy, and that who you're connected to opens doors, bars trust, and builds relationships that sell for you. So, how many of you today have already made some amazing connections? Someone you know you're going to continue to catch up with after the event. Raise your hand, drop a yes in the chat if you've already met someone who feels like your next business bestie, maybe even a potential client. I mean, I know that's already happening, right? For everybody here. Yeah, I always see Elaine over there. Yes. This is what this is all about. This is freaking amazing. And summits are these incredible places for networking, since they bring so many awesome people with similar goals, backgrounds, interests all into one place. And I mean, you can already feel the summit buzz here already, right? All of these wonderful, inspiring people, this energy in one place, all brought together by our amazing host, Elaine. Let's give Elaine a round of applause. Thank you so much, Elaine, for joining, having us all here today, and everything else. I mean, I appreciate you so much. You know, I always say yes to any of your summits when you want me to be here. But now, let me ask you guys, I know there's a lot of note taking here, right? I mean, we're all taking notes on what's going on. Lots of value being dropped by the speakers here today. But now let me ask you, how many of those notes are about the people you're meeting, not just the speakers and what they're saying, but the people you have met here today? Is anybody taking notes on people you're meeting as well, not just notes on the, yeah, oh, Paula, I see her hand raised. David, well done, guys. That is so freaking important because normally, and for most of us, it's only notes about the material being delivered, right? Yeah, because that's what we're doing. We're counting on our brains to remember the people and the connections we made. And this thing, though, it's going to be it's an entire day. It's an hours of events, like a summit, even a big networking event, a conference. And let me tell you something, your brain, you're not going to remember most of those people. It's just not going to happen. When it comes to networking, I hate to say this, but most of you are wasting your time at events like this. Because once this buzz wears off, you aren't going to follow up because you either won't remember who those people were or you just aren't sure what to say in the follow up without making them think you want to sell something. But don't worry, I got you covered because I'm going to give you a simple 3-step follow up plan, which makes it easy to reach out and say, hey, we met at the summit. I'd like to get to know you better without it feeling all salesy. And right now, I'm going to give you the quickie version of those 3 steps because I've only got 7 minutes here. But everyone, if you click on my speaker profile, you can download the detailed version of my kick-ass simple follow-up plan that I'm going to be sharing. And step 1 of your follow-up plan actually starts before the summit or the event, because successful connecting at big events like summits always starts before if you really want to get the value out of them. That's like summits, networking events, conferences. These are all just places to have the introduction. They bring the people, your people, all together into one place. But to build the relationship with them, that takes time. And the magic, the real magic, comes from the follow up you do after the event to nurture your new connections. But that's why you want to start before the summit and create a plan. You want to include things like, why are you attending the event? Who do you want to meet? Is there something valuable you can give them besides a business card or a social media connection to help them remember you, to make you stand out, right? And then step 2, it actually happens during the event. You want to show up, be present, not checking all those extra tabs like Super Kate was talking about. And talk to the people. You can be in the chats. If there's the live talking, get on there. If not, be in the chat. Be showing up, asking questions, be curious, cheering people on, and take notes. Take lots of notes because trust me, you're not going to remember them all later or even why you wanted to connect. I even include them in my notes, the feeling they gave me so that I can refer back to that. Please remember, your relationship building, not sales pitching. And then finally, step 3, this is the true follow up. This happens after the event. Now that you know who you want to follow up with, you can send them a quick message within 24 to 48 hours after the event. Yep, you're not going to wait for them to make the first move. This isn't like dating back in the 50s or on Friends. Gotta get Elaine in there on that one, where you would meet, connect, and wait for them to call you. Nope, we're in modern times now where empowered entrepreneurs like you get to make the first move. Instead, you're going to meet, connect, talk, build trust, and then follow up with a quick note within 24 to 48 hours after the event. That is key. And by the way, this is not a "It's nice to meet you at the event. Can we catch up sometime?" note. Nope, this is a note that includes something valuable, an actual connection point of something that was said between the two of you. They said that you connected with, something you bonded over, an insight you had, or if you told someone you were going to give them a resource, make sure you give it to them. That's why you need the notes. But a note when you send that lets them know that, like this, really, that you remembered them, that you actually want to connect. And that's why this works when you follow up. And that's why you also don't want to wait for them to make the first move, because guess what, guys? 85% of people won't follow up with you. So if you're waiting on them, it's not going to happen. And mainly the reason why is because they didn't take notes and they don't remember you, even if they adored you when they met you. But the other reason is they get busy and they forget. or they're afraid to make the first move. So it's all up to you, right? So, how many of you here, drop a one in the chat if you are going to make the first move after this event to follow up with anybody you met? I hope I'm getting ones from everybody here, right? I see you late over there. And Paula, yes, everybody give me a one on that because you are going to follow up. And look, a couple of years ago, I guest spoke at a networking event with 11 people live. None of those 11 reached out to me after the event, but I did. And today, 4 of those 11 have become clients, putting over $14,000 in my bank account. And that was a small event. Imagine what you can do at a bigger event. And those relationships only happened though because I did the follow up and I kept nurturing them with value, no pressure. Value, guys, as in just nurturing, connecting, being human. And this is why you want to have a kick ass simple follow up plan because if it's not easy, you won't do it. So, how many of you are going to leave here today with a future client or a guest speaking spot? Is that everybody here? You can. We are early in the day of the summit. We've still got time to start relationship building if you haven't already. And now you've got a simple step-by-step plan for making it happen. And you're got a chance right now to turn all these fun new connections into your next business bestie and client. Drop a yes in the chat if you're going to follow up with at least one person here from the summit when we're done. Everybody gonna do it? We got a yes, yes, yes. We are following up for sure. Then make sure you get over to my speaker profile, download that kick-ass simple follow-up plan because it's much more in depth than what I had time to do here. It's your action guide for making this summit and every event after this one successful. And if you happen to be the VIP ticket holder, I do a deeper walkthrough over there in the resource vault, and you get 1 month to come into my mastermind and ask me any of the questions you want to and hang out with me. So let's not just collect connections. Let's build a circle of people who genuinely want you to succeed. I'll see you guys later in the chat, and I'm going to still be here cheering you on. Thank you so much for hearing me, and Lay for having me. And it's a wonderful time talking to you.
Hey. Okay, guess what? We're gonna do a 5-minute bio break because we need to prepare for Miss Katarina Rando. So you're gonna need a minute to collect yourself and take a breath and get grounded because you're gonna need everything, all of your energy to receive the deliciousness that she is going to give us. So we'll see you guys in 5 minutes. Get some water, get a snack, hydrate, use the restroom, take care of yourself. 5 minutes. We'll see you at 10:05. How you doing, Jen?
Life is good, my friend.
Good.
I'm doing good.
Good. Hello, Miss Katerina. So good to see you, my love.
So good to be with both of you and all of you. Jen, I just sent you a note. Happy to see your smile on the screen, my friend.
A note where, my friend? I got so many places. I gotta tell you though, I am obsessed with the bunny. Obsessed.
I know, right? I'm like, damn, I need an avatar. What animal do I want to be?
I just can't stop looking at Kathy. I had to DM her privately about that. Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
It seems like you have to download some kind of program or something.
No, you
for it,
don't.
though.
It's
You
just-
don't. It's
Yeah.
actually, so if you go into, I learned this recently. So if you go into your Zoom backgrounds, there's actually kind of halfway down, it'll say avatars. If you scroll over to the right, you click avatar
Yeah,
and like
but mine
10
is
show up.
shaded out.
Oh.
Hmm.
Do
You
you
have
get
to
the free
download
version
it
of
the
Zoom
first
then?
time, then it'll be there.
What was that, Kathy?
So you have to download it the first time and then it'll be there.
Okay.
So the
Right,
first
I'll
time you
need to do
download it,
that.
after that you'll have it forever.
Okay. Well, you're making an impression, Kathy. That's all I'll say.
Thank you.
We love it. All right. We are 10:05 on the dot. Miss Katerina, I'm going to spotlight the bejesus out of you so that we can all see your beautiful face.
How exciting. Bing, bing. All right, everybody, let's take a deep breath. You want to do summits. You want to get a great turnout for your summits. You want to have everyone get massive value from your summits. First challenge, or one of your challenges, how do you get smiles on the screen? Well, I got the solution for you that is going to make a huge difference, not only for your summits, but for your whole business. What I want to encourage you to do is every month host your own monthly Zoom workshop. Now, even if you are not the queen of speaking, and even though if you're not in love with speaking, that's okay, because you know what? People are not coming to your talk because they're evaluating your presentation skills. They are coming because they are interested in the value that you said you were going to share. Give you an example. I have this amazing client. Her name is Kamala. She helps women get over broken hearts. Nobody is going to her virtual workshop who is not interested in her hot topic of getting over their broken heart. Are you with me? So unlike when we go networking or we even go give a speech virtual or live and in person, everybody in the room that is coming to her thing is interested in her hot topic. And that means that she now has lots of new potential clients. And if she gives massive value, then absolutely she will cultivate some of those clients, some of those potential clients into clients. Now, I share this with you because there's a lot of work. Elaine said when we started today, hey, summits are a lot of work. They are. At the same time, they give you massive value for your business, for building influence, for increasing your visibility. A workshop is not a lot of work, my friends, and it's going to give you a lot of leads for your summit. It's going to help with your list building. But here's the other reason why I want you to embrace this strategy. Because now, whenever you're going anywhere with your networking, whenever you're going live and in person somewhere, whenever you're talking to someone in a one-on-one, bing, 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 you have an easy thing to invite them to. An easy yes, you're just asking them for an hour of their time. They don't even have to leave their house. That is an easy yes. And by starting with an easy yes, come to my 1 hour thing, bing, bing, now they're going to be blissing to come to your summit because you've built a little influence with them. That's what we get to do when we speak. So here's all you need to get your party started with that. Pick a date, pick a time, pick a price, free is fine, and pick a title. What are you going to do? Make sure it's benefit focused. For example, a little later today, I'm teaching a workshop on how to thrive with women's retreats. Love doing women's retreats. I do my Amp Up Mastermind adventure. Coming up next year, we lead a retreat on how to do retreats. I lead a speaker retreats on how to grow your business with speaking. Love retreats, leading a workshop on retreats. Here, what did I do? Picked a date, picked a time, picked a benefit focused title so people know what it is going to be about. I teach how to grow your business with speaking. I teach how to achieving sales bliss is my other topic I love to teach. So these are easy titles that people can remember. It's clear what they're gonna get. I have the date, I have the time, and I have the place to register. That's it. Now, by the way, and it's so funny. The other day I was talking with somebody and they were talking about all these marketing experts, and a lot of them are telling you this. They're telling you, tell everybody what they have to do, but don't tell them how to do it. Cancel. That's not how women do it. We give massive value in however much time we have. And when we do that in our 7 minutes, our 30 minutes, our 1 hour workshop, people are going to get that you have massive value and they are going to want to come and spend more time with you. By the way, super tip alert, super tip alert. The more time people spend with us, the more they are open to investing with us. And you know what? Sidebar, that counts not only for when we're delivering massive value like the speakers are doing today, it also counts for when people are hanging out with you at your social events. Very important to know. But if people don't spend any time with you, they are not likely to be open to a conversation with you or investing with you. So it's very important that you embrace these easy yes strategies like speaking to start to build influence and spend time with people. Now, here's where you might say to me, okay, Katerina, that sounds good, but I've tried that before and I couldn't get any smiles on the screen. My friend, here's some things that you probably did if that's the case. You put it on your website. You posted it in some of the groups that you're involved in. You might even have been at a virtual networking event. You said, hey, come to my thing. You might have even had a flyer at a live meeting where you said, hey, come to my thing. All of that. 100% of that, 100% of that is promotion. And what puts smiles on the screen and also derrieres and chairs for your live events, in-person events, are personal invitations. Personal invitations. Elaine didn't send me an email to say, hey, Katerina, do you want to speak at my summit? She sent me a DM. Why? Because she knows I'm going to see my DMs. And now, absolutely, I want you to build your list. We want emails, of course. And you're going to send emails to everyone. Come to my thing. However, for your top prospects, for the people that have had a personal something interaction with you, I encourage you to DM them to invite them to your thing. Now, you might say, Katerina, that takes a lot of time. I don't got that time. I'm going to give you the shortcut that you are going to be blissing. Okay? You ready for some blissing, my friends? You are going to do geo-targeting. Now, this has nothing to do with advertising. What you do is you type in that search bar on Facebook, my friends in Denver, my friends in San Francisco, whatever it is. Now, of course, you cannot type every city in the country, but you are going to type the ones where you know you have some people. All of those people that you're connected to on Facebook, I'm talking about Facebook, I'll get to LinkedIn in a second. All those people you're connected to on Facebook will come on one page that they are in that geographic area. You write the first DM, I say, "Dear Jen," I write the note to send my note to Jen, and then I cut and paste it. But right there where Jen's picture is going to be 3 buttons, and it's going to say send her a message. And that's what I'm going to do from that page without having to go to her profile, without having to go to the next gal's profile and the next gal's profile. You will find that you will be able to do tons of messages in 5 minutes, and you will be blissing. Now, and by the way, I do have on my free links page, which I think is on my speaker profile, I do have a 7-minute video on this that you can watch so that you can, because I know I went through it very fast and there's a few more details, but this is one way to do a lot of DMing that shows up in a personal message, not the invite like everyone gets, you just check off, and now it's in their notifications, and a lot of people don't see that, okay? But this DMing will get you so many smiles on the screen. By the way, we use DMs also for before any workshop I'm doing, we DM all the participants that we can find. Now, I will jump to LinkedIn for a second and say on LinkedIn for your workshop and for your summits, you can invite up to 1,000 people a week to your virtual event. Now, on LinkedIn, it is like Facebook where you check off the people that you want to invite. However, unlike on Facebook, on LinkedIn, it shows up in the same place as their connection requests. And that is the first place people go after they check their messages. They go to their connect. Hey, who wants to be connected to me? And so you are going to get so many more eyeballs on that invitation. It's not personal like a DM is, but it is almost as good because they're absolutely going to see it. And they do know that you personally invited them to come to that event. My friends, I will tell you, we do lots of DMing on Facebook, and I love it for getting smiles on the screen. And LinkedIn also is not as high of a response rate, but it works great. And I encourage you to make this an SOP, standard operating procedure, for all of your summits or any of your virtual events that you want smiles on the screen. Are you blissing? I'm hoping that you're blissing. Okay, let's take another deep breath. Now, also, I'm sure you are listing your summits on Eventbrite. Same thing for your free workshop. Everybody remember, it's going to be easier for people to say yes to a 1-hour thing than an all-day thing. So to start, now once they know you, once Elaine, like one of the other speakers, Heidi, I think said, hey, anything Elaine's asked me, I'm insta yes. Bing, bang, I'm also insta yes for anything Elaine says to me, ask me. Why? Because Elaine has massive influence with myself and many of the other speakers. Jen is agreeing with me. So on this, yes, anything we build, the more time we build more influence. So anything people that you have influence with and they have influence with you, you are going to be a yes. However, when we see the lifetime supply of summits that are created and people say, hey, come to my thing, come to my thing, come to my thing, you are going to be most interested in taking your VIP time to go to the summits for the people that have influence with you. But how do we build that influence? That's why we start with the 1-hour thing. Are you vibing with me on this? Okay. All right. Now, by the way, when the pandemic started, I said to my clients, go virtual immediately. I was already doing virtual. I was already doing hybrid workshops. My clients started to do this. The first year of the pandemic, my friends, many of them had their best year ever in business because they went virtual. Now, you know what pandemic did? Because we were all freaked out. How are we going to keep generating revenue? that we were willing to be uncomfortable and do the thing that we hadn't done before, and they got great results. Now you're back in your comfortable life and you may not be as willing to take risks. And I'm going to tell you, do what you haven't done before, but do it this way. Don't get ready to begin to think about getting going and let me research and let me talk to 50 people. No, my friends, here's what you need. Pick a date, pick a time, pick a topic, pick a price, post it. Please. Because ready is a myth. Ready is a myth. It is in the doing that we master or we begin to move towards mastery. And the goal is not just to do the thing. The goal is to masterfully do the thing. But we don't masterfully do the thing the first time we do it. I know Elaine is agreeing with me on this. I know, Elaine, now you're way more rinse and repeat than you were in the beginning. Why? Because the more we do it, the better we get. But here's what happens when we're getting ready to begin to think about getting going. We are pushing off two things. We are pushing off our mastery, and we are absolutely pushing off all the revenue that we're not making while we're getting ready to get ready. And the third thing, which I just thought of, is all the influence we're not building while we're over here getting ready to get ready. So please pick a date, pick a time, pick a price, pick a topic. You're blissing. Now, Eventbrite, I mentioned, and I want to say a little bit more about. I absolutely post any free thing I'm doing on Eventbrite. But I will tell you something. Sometimes I will be going to an event. I will know the title of the event. I will know the person who's hosting the event, and I will go to Eventbrite to try to find the place where I sign up. And you know what? Can't find it. Why? Because there are hundreds of thousands of events on Eventbrite. I don't know exactly how many, but there's so many. They're traded on the stock exchange. It's a big worldwide organization. So in order for people to find that event that didn't know me, I didn't send them a DM, they didn't get an email, they didn't hear me say, hey, come, what do? I spend $100, $10 a day for the 10 days before an event to get more eyeballs on my event. And let me tell you something. This is what my clients are doing. Many of them are getting clients every time they do a workshop. Why? Because this is people that are not currently connected to you. I just had a meeting yesterday with someone who found me on Eventbrite, who is the sales manager at a property back east, and they want me to come with Stephanie, who's my friend. Many of you know Stephanie Flanders Martin. We're in negotiation to go. They're going to host us to do a mini retreat on how to do retreats. Host, that means they pay for it. I am blissing. That came from Eventbrite. Are you with me? Okay. So for $100, absolutely you are going to get way more signups than without it. But not all those people are going to be the right match for you. I will tell you right now. Your show up rate will be lower. Usually when you do a virtual event, your show up rate and your sign up rate are not the same. It's about at least 50%, even for a 1 hour workshop. 50% of the signups are not going to show up. With Eventbrite, it's going to be a higher no show up rate. However, now they're aware of you. Now they're connected with you, and you may get some Insta clients or begin, as I have gotten Insta clients, my clients have gotten many clients, or it might take longer for them, because let's remember, not all clients are Insta, okay? There's the Insta, they're ready to go. There's the slow cooker, they take 3 to 6 months. There's the super slow cooker, they take up to a year. But the more you have something to invite people to consistently, that is an easy yes for them, the more it is going to help you expand your influence, expand your visibility, and the more you now always have something to invite people to. By the way, super tip alert, super tip alert. There are 4 kinds of people that I want you to invite to your virtual workshop, that I want you to invite to your summits. not just potential clients. That's only one. Of course, you're inviting your current clients. Of course, you're inviting your past clients. The fourth category, though, that most people don't necessarily think of is you're inviting influencers. Now, I do not mean the TikTok influencers. I mean other gals that you know have a great network, or you even just like them and you would like to build a little more influence with them. You would like them to get to know you. They might be a good referral partner for you. Maybe you want them to put you on their podcast. Maybe you want to speak to their group. Whenever you are inviting people to your summits, to your workshops, absolutely be having that list. And by the way, are you keeping a list of people? I have a list of myself. Hey, these gals are not necessarily potential clients, but they are great women that I want to stay connected to. They have a community, they have a podcast. They're simply a great gal that every time I'm with them, I feel more vitality. Bing, bing. Do you have your own list of people that you want to stay connected to build influence? So, my friends, you have massive value to bring. However, if it's not easy for people to come and hang out with you and get some of your massive value, if you say, hey, come to my all-day workshop or come to my all-day seminar, or that's a big ask. You want to start with an easy yes. That's why free, that's why 1 hour virtual. And I want to encourage you to make standard operating procedure, rinse and repeat strategy that every month you are doing your own virtual Zoom thing. I want you to go heavy on the personal invitations. This is, if you have not gotten smiles on the screen, I will bet money that that's why you didn't get smiles on the screen. Now, the other thing is, it doesn't have to be the same topic every month. However, let's be strategic with our topic. You only want to talk about what matches what you sell. My friends, if you know me, you may or may not know, I am an image and style enthusiast. I have my own Amazon store with my favorite brands, my favorite earrings, all that stuff. Okay. I could absolutely give a talk on color, style, all that stuff, but I don't. Why? Because that doesn't match what I sell. I sell how to scale your business. I sell speaking to grow your business. I sell achieving sales bliss. I sell retreats. So those are the things that I talk about. Now, if my friend asked me to come talk on something else, I talked last week about on a women and trauma summit. Now, if I will tell you, my client, if Lisa was there, bing, bing, Lisa, we had a good time at that event. Here's the thing. If my client asks me to do something, of course, I am going to be an insta yes. And yes, I am going to take extra time to prepare, and I am going to do whatever I can to be an insta yes for my clients. I do this virtual, I do this on the ground. So yes, sometimes I will be speaking about something that's not my regular thing. That's okay. But when I'm hosting my own workshops, when I'm going out to speak at other groups, I am staying on what matches what I sell. And part of the reason, not only because I always like to get clients, and I know you do too, because you don't want to dilute your brand. I don't want, if I start posting about my slim down, best slim down strategies, now I'm diluting my brand, and people are saying, oh, is Katerina in the slim down business now? No, Katerina is not in the slim down business. Okay. Which is why I want to talk about what matches what I sell. Are you blissing with me on this? Okay. Now, another reason is because you want it to be a grab and go. You don't want to be writing new workshops every 5 minutes. And by the way, please throw away any script. Okay? You are a woman. You are super smart. You do not need a script. Now, if you use a script, here's what I'm going to tell you. You are attached to perfection. My friends, perfection is a flaw. With speaking, it is a flaw with business, it is a flaw with sales. You know why? Because when you're pursuing perfection, you are doing all those things, you're getting ready, you're researching, you're rewriting 500 times, and you are not moving towards mastery, you are not building influence, and you are not massively monetizing. I want you to pay attention to that. Now, if you feel like, Katerina, I cannot do it without my script, then I'm going to say to you, start doing it more and more with, see if you can go to an outline, okay, first, and then just to some quick notes. The point is, my friends, and we talked about this at the beginning when Elaine had Q&A, it is about the connection. And you cannot connect with the smiles on the screen when you are looking at a script. And don't think that everybody doesn't know that you are reading a script, okay? It is not, you're not able to connect. Okay, my friends, so let's talk about how to connect. Keep your eyes on the dot. That's where the people are. Look at the smiles on the screen. Be as present as possible as you can for the event because you want to be able to connect with the fabulous people. That's where business comes from. That's where impact and influence comes from, not just giving your talk. Okay, let's take another deep breath. By the way, when you are doing your workshops, and then you want to bring them over to a summit. And I haven't heard anybody say this yet today, so I'm going to say it. Schedule it super early. I am doing my speaker summit in August. We call it Shiro Speaker Summit. It's not a traditional summit like you all know with many speakers. It's me with a couple of speakers. But you know what? The page is done. We've already started signing people up. In advance is part of the strategy you want to use to have ease and more bliss in your business. My friends, take a deep breath. Okay. I know I make the assumption that you've gotten some value from our time together today. I want you to look and see, what are you going to do? What action are you going to take based on our time together? Most importantly, remember, perfection is a flaw, so nobody wants you to be perfect anyway. Get in action. And the more action you get in, the more you will move towards mastery. And when you're in mastery, that's when you're really having massive impact with the audience you choose to serve. My friends, I'm Katerina Rando. I'm blessing to be with you. And I look forward to seeing you all thrive more with your summits and workshops.
Woo woo! Love me some Katerina.
Thank you, my friend.
Thank you. Okay, so I want to open the floor. We have a couple of minutes before our next panel. Does anyone have any questions for Katerina or for the first panel? This is a great opportunity to get your questions out there. Who else is going to commit to doing one event per month? Jen is. I see Kelly, Heidi, Denise. Yes, yes, yes. Christine, yes, girl. I think that strategy is the thing that I always forget to do. So thank you for that reminder because I think it's important. Sometimes you just need, even though you know it, you need to hear it again and go, oh yeah, that's what I'm supposed to be doing. Right? I just get so far, I just get tunnel vision and I forget to do the basics. So thank you for the reminder of the basics because it is a basic thing. And I just want to, in case people didn't know this for my Go High Level users, you can integrate Eventbrite with Go High Level, which means that when someone registers on Eventbrite, it'll automatically come on over into your CRM. So just so you know that, because we're all about making it easy. Kelly, it's a webhook. It's a webhook. So happy to show you. It's like one little, you Got to go into your developer tools and there's like a little API webhook thing. Yep. Super easy. Super easy. Anybody have any questions? Nobody? Nobody has questions? I am shocked. I took lots of notes. Let me see. Do I have a question?
I have a question.
Yeah, Christine.
So I would love, Elaine, your response, and if any of our panel experts would chime in as well. But what have each of you found to be the successful formula to how many people you're asking to be participants in your summit?
Okay, so I've done the 62.
Mm-hmm. So
No.
that's it.
That's a no. That's a no. And
Okay.
instant no. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. When Michelle was talking about kind of the speaker thing, and I was like, yes, I'm very intentional about the speakers. I have a lot of applications, and sometimes people apply, they're like, what? This is not in alignment at all. And so you have to politely decline their application. So I tried for when I had the 62 speakers, it was because I didn't know how to say no. People pleaser Phoebe was coming out hard. And I didn't want to disappoint people. I tried, how can I include everyone was kind of my mindset around that. And I decided afterwards that I would not do that again. And I actually feel like this number of 14 and having small little panels that are topic themed, like I'm a theme kind of girl. And I chose my themes based on the stages and phases of hosting a summit. That's how I chose everything I did. And then having a couple of keynotes kind of thrown in there to kind of break it up a little has really, I feel like I found a sweet spot. You know what I'm saying? Where you kind of go, yep, that's it. That's the magic right there. Lisa, what's your opinion?
So before I answer, Christine, I just want to clarify because I think I heard the question differently. Are you talking about the formula of how many people do you invite versus show up, or how many people do you have as speakers and attendees like Elaine just answered?
Yeah, thank you for asking that question. The second part of what you said. So this.
Yeah. So what I have seen, so I've only run a couple of summits. I am not by any stretch of the imagination as advanced as Elaine in summits, but I've been a speaker on a ton. I can tell you that as a speaker, when you are invited to speak as part of a smaller group, you feel like you're adding more value. And so I am more apt to do those types of summits. My favorite, first of all, I like odd numbers. So if it's an odd number, like I'm super happy. But it's really about topic and, again, does it align with what I want to speak on, like Katarina was saying, and can I bring value because it's not going to get lost in the sea of everybody. So, my favorites have usually been between like 7 and 11 people typically. So, but I like what Elaine's saying too about a mixture of keynotes and like short snippets of folks too.
And I also want to just mention that I had people reach out after I'd already selected speakers, right? And I was like, people pleaser Phoebe. So what I did was I said, if you are interested, you could provide bonus content, right? If they wanted. So there's a couple of bonus contents in there. We have style, we have pay to play events, we have, there's a couple others in there that couldn't make it, I was like, I just can't, right? Like I can't do, and I want to include you. Your topic is important, but they were like, yeah, sure. And I'm like, perfect. I even had people say, could I provide a gift for your summit? Absolutely. Would be happy to include you in that. And in exchange, I gave them a VIP ticket to the summit as a thank you, right? So again, it's about how can we support each other? Because they obviously have interest in the event, and I don't want to exclude them, but I also don't have room to put them in my lineup. So that was kind of like a, what if we did this? And they were like, yeah, absolutely. I'm like, brilliant, perfect. That was something I've never done before. But it kind of happened as a, hey, and I'm like, oh, crap. I don't like to disappoint people. I have issues. So, okay, so let's move on to our next panel, which is we are going to be talking about promotion, our promotion strategies. So Jen B and Kelly Tenney are going to be giving us all the juicy goodness. Jen is going to help us continue the conversation around DMs. Katerina, I'm telling you, my summits flow in the way that they do for a reason. Each one just kind of carries upon each other. So thank you, Jen. So glad you're here.
Thank you, Elaine. All right, before I get started, my friends, can you do me a favor? And can you either raise your right hand or your left hand, put it across your back, and say, way to go, your name for showing up, because that is more than half the battle, my friends. So here's what I see over and over and over again. We create the fancy landing page. We do the tech. We might have the best course or offer at the end, and we might have a best arrangement of speakers. And we hang up the little sign outside of our house, and we wait, and we wait, and we wait. In fact, we might have even sent an email, or maybe we went to the networking meeting and we talked to the person next to us about the thing we have coming up. But there's just not enough people on the screen. So my friends, I want to make a couple things clear before I go too far here. I am a speaker who will speak with you, not a speaker who's going to speak at you. So I'm going to ask you to use that chat with me today, because I'm going to share with you the 5 key tips to DMing that converts, that helps you to create impact and income. And one of the things I'm super passionate about, and that's the intersection of pissed off and passionate, is about women making money and about women making impact. So will you play along with me? Okay, sweet. All right, so the 5 key tips. My friends, I have hosted dozens of workshops. And every single time that I host a workshop, my goal is to at least have 100 registrations. I love that question about conversion because there's a bit of a dropout rate. DMs will convert for you 4 to 5 times greater than any other passive marketing strategy without you having to put tons of money, hundreds of dollars towards your marketing. Who's going to give me a heck yes to that? Like 400 to 500% better. Okay, I think that's what we're after, impact and income. So today, my goal is to help you to get out of your own darn way, because I'm a business coach who helps women to step into their power and their impact by getting out of their own darn way. Number 1, with the biggest strategic tool in your life or in your business, and that is your mindset, my friends. So DM strategy number 1, smash those limiting beliefs. If you are going to your DMs and you're thinking, oh, I don't quite know how they're going to receive this, or I don't want to be annoying, or what if they tell me no, or, is it even worth it to send this DM? Here's what I can tell you. What you believe, you will become. What you focus on, you will expand, you will grow, my friends. So number 1, it's getting clear with who you are, the value drive. And if I haven't said this before, Katerina and I have a lot of alignment because I hang out with women like that. Go hang out in the spaces with those women who lift you up and help you to believe. So number 1, check those limiting beliefs before you even go to your Facebook DMs, LinkedIn messages, wherever you are sharing your impact with the world. Okay. Some of my favorite words regarding being able to show up is I have impact. I have value, and showing up is 80% of the process, my friends. Okay. So number 1, check those limiting beliefs. So can you drop in the chat for me, limiting beliefs? Okay. That is number 1, hashtag limiting beliefs. Okay. Well, make sure y'all are following me. I appreciate that. I had a client, her name is Wendy. She was so afraid of asking, kept her stuck. Finally, we just went through the motions. We checked those limiting beliefs, and she has built 3 epic businesses. Number 2, authenticity. Hashtag authenticity. My friends, it is you. There is no other you in this world. It does not matter how many life coaches, business coaches, tech people, speakers, whatever it is. There's one of you. So when you lean into those DMs, please make sure it sounds like you. I'm a big fan of ChatGPT and AI and all those things, but they are not your business. They are not the person in your business. So number 2, authenticity is going to win every single time. And in the training that I developed for you as part of Elaine Summit, I go a little bit into some of those questions to check in order to make sure that that message is authentic. Number 3, follow a process. So hashtag process. Hashtag process. My friends, if we're just going to willy-nilly it and say, well, you see, I'll see how I feel today and kind of toss something up there, I'm going to tell you the majority of the time it's not going to land. So our process and the process that I believe in, number 1, starts up with a warm-up and a reconnect. Something simple. I see you. How was that vacation? How did that speaking engagement go? How's your business going? How did, college tours with your son go, etc. Then there's an invitation, but I believe in the power of consent. I think many of you probably have received a DM at some point where somebody gives you all the details, the price point, the link. There's all this pressure. I like to say, I hope I'm not being a bother today. Would you like the link? I know that this event has massive value. Would you like more information? That's the first yes, and the yes of breadcrumbs to get them to work with you. So follow a process. Number 4, hashtag F word. Yes, I said it. It's my favorite F word. It's follow-up, okay? And the reality is, and I love what was said earlier on here, first follow-up 24 to 48 hours. No more than that, my friends. At that point, your lead goes from warm to cold, from hot to warm. It's going to shift. And I'm curious, how many of you have a planner, an agenda, an alarm clock, a timer for something in your life? Any of you? Okay, guess what that is? It's a follow-up device. So when you go into people's DM and you circle back and you bump the message up, that's not a bother. People have kids, they have life, they have businesses to run. It's just you showing up in your impact and in your value. So follow-up is my new favorite F word. Please go ahead and do that. And number 5, hashtag connection. Because here's the key, my friends. You will not convert every single individual. There will be no's in the process. And some people might not respond at all. But over the course of time, that's how we build communities. That is how we build impact. That is how we help our clients to say yes. I recently had a client, 2 years. Her Facebook presence is pretty much none. Jumped into my workshop, signed immediately, but it was a 2-year nurture process with the silent lurkers. People are watching. And the reason I asked you to put your hand across your back and pat yourself is because showing up is more than 80% of the battle. But what I want you to do is to take that time that you do show up and be effective. And DMs will convert 4 to 5 times greater than any other marketing tool, whether it comes to time and or money. So my friends, I appreciate you being with me here today. I, again, am very passionate about women making money, stepping into their impact and their income. And I have added a tool as part of my training that if you want to know some of the mistakes you're making in filling the rooms, the number 1 DM strategy, I'm here to support you along the entire way. And I also believe in women not burning a lot of money when it comes to perfectionism, procrastination, empty cup, not asking or following up for all those things. So thank you all for this interaction today. And I'll hand it over to you again, Elaine. Thank you.
Fantastic. Jen, and I will just say she practices what she preaches. I get DMs all the time inviting me to her stuff. And even though I can't attend everything, I appreciate that she thought of me. And one thing I will say is that there's a tool, and Kelly is the queen of the tools that we're going to have up here, Group Track CRM. if you're going to be hosting an event and you want to make DM strategies easier, GroupTrack CRM. You can get it for a month and use it and then cancel it if you don't need it. But I did that one time, and holy mother of pearl, it made my life so much easier. So Kelly is going to be talking to us about the AI tools that we could use when it comes to hosting summits. Kelly hosts her own summits called Women in AI Summits. So she's got a lot of experience here. And so Miss Kelly, take it away.
All right, amazing. Well, hello, everybody. Elaine already dropped one of my goodnesses with GroupTrack, but that's okay. I'm not mad at you, Elaine. It doesn't surprise me that you were right on that one. Hi, as Elaine shared, I am the founder and I host the Women Who AI Summit, which is a summit of all things AI. And what I want to share today is how you can leverage AI to really accelerate a lot of the things, right? All the things that go into planning a summit. And I'm just going to jump in and I'm going to do some demonstration if it's okay with all of you, because I want you to be able to see the opportunities that you have and the possibility just by using simple tools like ChatGPT and things like that. Before I dive in, I'd love to ask you to type in the chat just where you are at currently with AI, so I can get a feel for our levels here today in the Zoom room. One would be like, I heard of this thing called ChatGPT. Okay. Two would be like, I'm on it. I have an account, but I feel like maybe something's missing, or I don't really know what all the hype is. And a three would be like, ChatGPT is like my business bestie, and we chat back and forth all day long. So where are you guys at with that? Amazing. Threes, twos, 2.5s, 2, 3. Okay, awesome. Favorite coworker. I love it. So, and if you're a 1 and you didn't type it in, that's okay too, because I got you. Okay. So one of the things that I learned, and here's full transparency. The first time I planned my summit, the first summit that I ever did, it's been a little over a year and a half, I think, for my first Women Who AI Summit. It was totally bootstrapped, right? So all of the things that you're learning here today on how to run an amazing summit, I didn't do any of those things, because the summit that I put up was a total dare. Okay. Long story short, I was at an AI conference. There was 1,200 people there and 10 women. And I was like, okay, what's the deal? All these males here, where are the women at? I'm hosting my own summit for women. And the ladies, the other whole 9 ladies were like, do it. I dare you. And I was like, I'm going to do it. Right. And I said, if I do it, you guys have to promise that you're going to speak on my summit. And they were like, okay, we're in. So I planned the summit. I'm like, I got to take action or I'm never going to do it. I literally put it on in 5 weeks. And I was like, I hope I get 250 women. 250 women would be really amazing. Y'all, I got 1,100 women registered. 1,100, which was amazing. And it wasn't because I did all the right things. It was because it was needed, right? It was because there were that many women that were like, yes, I want a women-focused AI summit. I know it was cuckoo. My point in that was when people are like, who helped you put on your summit? It was me, myself, and I. I didn't have any fancy things. I didn't have GroupTrack. I had a Zoom link and I had AI. And basically that is it. So I'm going to share with you how to really leverage AI, because that's what I did. Now, most of you know ChatGPT. There's a lot of other generative AI that you can use this from. But essentially, what you can do is once you come up with your summit idea, you can really leverage AI to help you from beginning, from pre-summit all the way to post-summit. So I'm going to use Elaine's idea because we're all on it, right? And doing something like, I am hosting a summit on summits. For people who want to have all the info, how to create a successful summit. Okay. Now, obviously, this is only one sentence. Many of you, when you create your summit, and Jen spoke to this, we want our summits to be our ideas. Okay. Don't let AI just create your summit. AI can help you brainstorm your summit ideas, but like really put your voice, your thought, your authenticity inside your summit plan. I mean, who else names a summit about summits other than Elaine, right? Like I couldn't, like only Elaine can make that stuff up, right? And I think that's what it is. So come up with your authentic idea to avoid having AI be completely unauthentic and like not in your train of thought. So just sharing this summit idea, you can do something like give me a timeline promotion if the summit is August 1st, right? So the first thing that you can do, because Jen said you need like a plan, you need a process, right? You can't go willy-nilly. So if you don't know just where to start and you want a to-do list, AI can really help you with that by helping you backward plan. Okay. Now notice here, there's no fancy prompts. I'm literally just acting like it's my bestie. Okay. Like it's on my team. Look, I didn't even spell things right. Totally knows me so well. Okay. So now it's giving me the background. So from now for the next week, start with the foundation and prep, right? Then pre-promo warm up, then lead speaker-led promotion window. So this is when I need to get all the speaker copy, mid-promotion, final countdown, summit day, post-summit follow-up. Thank you, ChatGPT. You know so much about summits. It's even recognizing like it doesn't stop at your summit. There's things you need to do afterwards. Now, this is why with this is gold, because now that you have all of the components, you can ask ChatGPT to help you break down every single component and help you execute. Okay. So for example, I might say like, okay, yeah, I got my theme, my title, my dates, speakers. Ooh, I haven't even really thought about speakers. So I might ask, confirm all speakers and partners, help me brainstorm ideas and characteristics, types of speakers and partners I should be looking for. Okay. So a lot of times I'll ask that because when I create a summit, I have people in my mind, but then I'm like, who am I not thinking about? Right. Because you only know what you know and you really think to the people around you. So look at this. Look for someone who's a summit strategist who can talk about big picture event strategy, someone who can talk about the tech piece, someone who can talk about marketing, someone who can talk about how do you make money from your summits, VIP upsells, post-event offers, someone who can do the partnership component, community leadership, storytellers, people who can talk about how do you use your storyteller or your story or your brand to promote your summit. Niche, someone who's hosted a summit in a specific niche. Oh, Elaine hit that on the head with me, right? So these are a lot of like different components that you can think of that maybe you haven't thought of before that will just get your brain going for who am I not thinking about and different partners to look for. Okay. So you literally can take, now I can take this and I can be like, who do I know that's in that component? Summit registration funnel. This is where I would really give it some information. Like, here's my summit, here's the description, here are the speakers that I'm going to have, here is the offer that I'm going to make if you are, or like my summit is value-based. I don't really make an offer. And so I'm just like, it's about value. It's about serving my people. It's about spotlighting other amazing women who do awesome shit with AI. That's the whole purpose. Right. So have all of that down and know that just for purposes of speed, I'm giving it very little information. The more information you can give it about your summit, you're going to be golden. But now I might say like, okay, now I got to build my funnel. I'm going to ask, can you help me? I'm going to probably give it my tone of voice for fun. I'm going to say, I like to talk like Elvis Presley. Okay. Give it your brand voice, give it that tone. If you're like, this is going to be a funny summit, or this summit is really about this, or I want it to have like a nurturing feel, this is where you're going to give it a lot of that information. Okay. Yeah, so now you can see it's picked up my brand, my voice. It's giving me thank you page and copy. This is very generic, right? Like these are just really low, low input types of things. Yes, Kathy. So my next thing would be like, this is missing some content and info. What else do you need to know to create? Okay. Now you can ask it like, what am I missing? Like, I don't know if I love this. It doesn't quite sound like me. It's missing some details. What else do you need to know? Okay. And so now it's going to tell me, here's what I need to know. I need to know what is the title? Is there sassy, bold, or benefit driven subtitle? Who is your attendee? What are they struggling with? So now it's giving me questions that not only I can give to it, but honestly, sometimes these are questions we haven't even thought of yet. Like, but I don't know what format is. I haven't thought about that yet. Or, ooh, summit bonuses. I'm not sure if I'm going to do a workbook or some kind of template pack. So a lot of times working with AI can help you think of things that you really haven't. And you can, once you have your timeline, you can really use it now to build out every little piece, right? Every little component. And if you stay in the same chat, or if you're advanced, what I would do is I would create a brand new project for my summit. Then it's going to start to pull and remember from the things that it's already built. Okay. Yeah, nothing like brainstorming with AI. And a lot of times ChatGPT is kind of slow in this chat, but earlier I was using it and it asked me questions. Like I gave it something like this for another AI thing that I did earlier this morning. And it said, I need to know your audience. I need to know your purpose. I need to know what you're going to offer. And so a lot of times it will ask us those questions. And what I just demonstrated here could easily be used in whatever AI platform you're using, whether it is Claude, which is my personal favorite. I'll give you a sneak peek in my own. Here I have my Women Who AI project inside Claude. You can see that I've really even post summit. Like I created a membership. Now I'm like, give me a channel. I built a directory launch. This was all post summit. Post summit, I'm like, what are some other workshop ideas I can give? Following Katarina's, if I wanted to do a small event a month, what are some other ideas for smaller events that I could do? How should I follow up? Okay. What are some last chance promos that I can do? So you guys can really see here my own thought process of what I've done inside of one project to not only build out the front end of my most recent summit, but also come up with like, how do I continue to keep them engaged and love on them after? And so when you build a project around it, you're really going to have that longevity and it's going to get smarter and smarter, right, to use it. Yeah, absolutely. Double check facts before utilizing 100%. I have an 80-20 rule, which is like 80% of the thinking could come from ChatGPT or AI, but you've got to put 20% into it. Even with copy, your own voice, your own examples, right? And things like that. So again, the money is you've got your idea, give your idea to AI, ask AI to build you a timeline working backwards, and then have it support you with any components of that timeline that you need support with. And it really is going to help accelerate a lot of the logistics and certainly a lot of the content creation.
Mm-hmm. Yes, 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 yes. And I'm going to show you guys something, because one of the things that is included as a VIP is I have a timeline, right? And all you got to do is put in the date of your summit and it will give you a 12-week countdown of what to do by when. So that is something that that is included with your VIP ticket that you got here today. I don't know if you know that, but in the Summit Starter Kit, the timeline is there. Also, I have a custom GPT that I created specifically for you to host your own summit that you get access to when you are a part of my community. So I just want to, I would love to take this time before we do our next panel, is to share tools, right? There are a ton of tools out there, and it's important to know what each one does so that you're not wasting time and energy on a tool that is really just not going to fit your brain. Because what works well for me may not work well for you, and vice versa. So, does anybody have any tools or even have any questions for Kelly or Jen? This is a great opportunity to open up some dialogue here because there is so much, and we're really trying to eliminate the overwhelm here today. Kelly, yay, she's got more.
I would love to share a tool that I use. It's called Descript.
Oh my God, I love Descript.
Yep, Descript.com. Descript is amazing for, it's a video editing tool like on steroids, but it's super, I believe it's one of the most user-friendly ones out there. I've done them all the video AI accelerated tools. It's a lot. So Descript ultimately really allows you, I'm a workflow person. Like I like to work beginning to end. So with Descript, you can take your videos, like your summit sessions. So something like this, take the entire session, you can put it into Descript. If you're someone who's doing replays or recordings, you can clean up your video. So if there's any sound, any types of weird pauses, Elaine's like, whoops, I kept recording while we all did our bio break. I want to cut that out. Nobody wants to sit through that in the replay. You can easily go through. It literally just allows you to highlight and delete.
Girl, you can say
Right?
anytime I said the word
Yep.
it'll take it out of the video.
Yep. Or any weird pauses, it'll shorten pauses, right? All of those things. But once you've got that transcript and the video inside of Descript, you can, like, she can now slice, cut Jen and Kelly and between Katarina. So now she just has her version of her Katarina. Nobody has to watch the whole thing. It's got an AI feature called the Underlord, which will do things like you can say, make 10 Instagram reels. Yeah, it'll be like, based on the thing, here's 10 reels we think would be useful. They put captions in them. You can take show notes. You can summarize. Right. And so it really is this video editing tool in a box, all the way from, I mean, heck, you can record on it, right? So from actually creating a live video all the way to repurposing, it can write a blog from it, write an email about your video. So it is amazing. It's super affordable.
It's like $5 a month. Yep.
Totally. And that is my favorite in Group Track. If you haven't checked it out, Jenna Larson is, she's often on the Women Who AI Summit. She's done some things, and that is for like the DMing and follow-up. So that'd be my favorite one.
So one thing I did with Descript was all of our speakers that provided pre-recorded content that goes into the vault. I'm a huge fan of accessibility, inclusivity, and making sure that people who like to read captions, that the captions were present. So I put that in there and I exported the file to upload so that the video includes the captions. So people that can't, hear or whatever, I really just want to make sure that that is present. And that is a feature, is that it will give you the captions that you need for it to wherever you're going to put any sort of video. And it will, even on, like, if you're gonna do clips, it'll put the captions on you, and it'll do like when it turns a color and it on the word, like it does everything. It does everything. So it's a really great tool.
And something that I used Descript for is, and this is great when it comes to repurposing, and I'm sure you're gonna have someone talk about that, but I took one of my summit recordings because they were older, right? I was like, all right, this was from like 2 summits ago. I used Descript and I turned them all into podcasts. So I used Descript, I put like a header onto them. I turned them into a podcast. I used Descript to make YouTube descriptions. And then I made a whole playlist like 4 months after my podcast or my summit to repurpose that content. So it's a really great way to take your summit and use your summit to like kick off some kind of podcast or a YouTube playlist.
and things like that. And it was so simple. So it's really great, I think, on the back end of how do I now repurpose this content? It's been a few months. I don't know if people are watching replays anymore, but this stuff is golden. Descript can really help you with that repurposing piece.
Love that. Great tip. Anybody else have a tip or a question? Patty.
Yeah, one that I recently discovered is gamma.app for presentations, because one of the things that I have not found ChatGPT or a lot of the Gen AI pieces to do well are decks or presentations. This will, it's Gamma, GAMMA.app, and you can take your outline, pop it in, and it will come up, like it'll just create slides. You can create your own custom brand template, so it will go into your template. It will also give you prompts that you can just like, I want to do a deck on summits about summits, and it would, like, it's great. And then it also will create 2 documents. So it's wonderful for creating ebooks or layouts, and you can have your own images, or you can use theirs. I just have found it to be so slick for presentations, because you can spend a lot of time formatting things.
Yeah, love that. Jen, tell us about video.ai. What does that do?
Yeah, so video.ai, you upload your video, whatever that is, from Zoom or wherever you took it. And then it will put together a couple different snips. So it will be like, this is like the #1 tool. And then like, there's just different segments of videos that you can do, teaser videos. You can do like just one tip, for the rest, watch the rest of the workshop. So it's good in breaking things down to pieces for you.
Very cool. Kathy, what do you got?
So after, when you're promoting or, some of your sessions, Opus clips, it'll take the long form, just turn it into like 100 different little clips, and you can set the time. You can even have it where you tell AI, like, this is a speaker, and I want the most interesting segments for whatever platform, for Instagram, and it'll go through and it'll specifically look for clips that are going to do well on Instagram, and it'll rate it. So that way you can go through and it looks for your hook, it looks for substance, it looks for like, are people looking for this topic? And it's really in depth. So I'm really enjoying that one.
Very cool. I've used Opus before as well, and I love that it also will rank them for you as like, these ones will generate engagement or virality or like anything like that. And it'll also give you like a transcript, and it'll tell you why it ranked #1. So I do love that feature as well on Opus. So yay. Any other questions, tools, suggestions, comments?
Other than you rock. I mean, I'm being a speaker, like I was just like, Katarina feeds into me and then I feed into Kelly. It's epic.
I know, right? Like it's all done with intention.
I know, amazing.
Think about that as you are hosting your own summits, is that how can it all carries through from one to another, and it's like going on stairs, right? It all connects to each other. Kathy.
I have one more. If you want to get fancy with it, I love StreamYard.
Oh yeah.
StreamYard, it's when I'm not doing where the audience has to like participate. So it's more of like a webinar. I love doing StreamYard, and you can stream right into like Facebook or Instagram or YouTube, and you can bring up like the comments on the screen, and you can do banners, and you can do different layouts. And now they even have it where you can have like your pre-production. So you can actually have, how you want the different scenes to show up, and you have them pre-done so that while you are doing your live, you can just easily go from scene to scene, and it's seamless and interesting rather than just a talking head. There's way more movement. It's more dynamic. So yeah. I'm really liking that.
Yeah. One thing I learned yesterday, totally by accident, is as I kind of mentioned, I've been like recording myself as I've been doing all of this for tutorials. In Loom, which allows you to like screen record, and it'll also give you a transcript. It also developed an SOP with screenshots. Basically took my tutorial and gave step-by-step instructions that I was able to put in the caption of the description of the video. I didn't know that it did that. And I was like, oh my God, that's so cool. So it's just amazing how AI has really become integrated with a lot of the tools that we're using. I mean, goodness gracious, just so amazing. So, all right, let's move into our next panel. I'm so excited because we are on time. Being on time is like a really important thing for me. So Patty Grow is our first speaker, and she's going to be talking about micro experiences within macro events. So little experiences in big events. So Patty, I'm going to spotlight you, and the 7 minutes is yours, lady.
All right. Thank you so much. And so nice to meet everybody. Thank you for having me, Elaine. I'm newer to this community. And so today we're going to talk about small experiences within larger events, because oftentimes we are hosting a summit, but there might be times where we are sponsoring, and that in itself is like a summit within a summit. So either way, creating great experiences for our attendees. So my name's Patty Grow. I have spent my career in partner marketing at large tech companies. And one of the things I loved about that when I was doing it was the challenge of making big impact with limited resources, because no matter how big or how small of an organization, there's never enough people, there's never enough budget, and there's never enough time to get everything done. So I founded Grow Strategic Consulting to help smaller and emerging businesses show up big, even if their resources are small. So today, as we're talking about these micro experiences within macro events, I'm going to start with a small vase, and we're going to see this grow into a bigger impact as we talk over the next few minutes. So I get inspired by natural beauty in the garden. I'm a big gardener. It is peony blooming season here in Michigan. So even though nature made these flowers so beautiful, it really took the right environment for it to thrive. So when I think about the best conferences I've attended, whether I was an organizer or a sponsor or an attendee, the summits I remember most are the ones where I made great connections. And that might be a connection to my organization's mission, a connection to existing contacts, or maybe new contacts. And it wasn't just about the contacts to sell to. And Elaine, I think you mentioned it earlier. It's not just about selling, but it's about meaningful connection. So how can we help each other? How can I learn from this person or from this group? And in my opinion, good business is personal, and those strong connections should feel natural. So as a summit organizer, or if you're sponsoring a larger event, how do you create space for your attendees to foster those connections? So kind of like the garden, how do you cultivate the right environment for your audience to thrive? Because even wildflowers need the right amount of sunlight and shade and water and soil to thrive. So I've got 6 questions to ask yourself to help you and your attendees leave the event with connections that they're going to genuinely want to speak with after they return home. So, number 1, do your attendees already know each other? And some conferences you attend, they feel like a tight-knit family and everybody knows each other. But what if you're new to the group? Or what if this is a new group that you're starting to meet or you want to get more involved in? As an organizer, consider smaller affinity groups where you can introduce people in smaller settings before the event begins. This can work well with in-person summits where you're, taking place either, over a day or multiple days. Invite meetups before the event begins. They can then allow somebody to get to know each other and meet up before going into the big networking session. It's always more fun going to a party when you're walking in with somebody that you know or you just recently met. So, number 2, are there common interests within your audience? It doesn't have to be a one-to-one direct relationship with your business, but it should represent your organization's theme and objective for the event. So this could be a women in business group, or it could be supporting a local nonprofit for a variety of interests. But people like knowing that they made a difference and making that impact. So being able to incorporate that into your event is going to help foster that feeling of connection. So moving on, number 3. This is going to get pretty big soon. So we've got, asking yourself, are there skills that your audience is seeking, but they might be afraid to ask, or maybe they don't know that they need these skills yet? So this can include training or certifications within your field, whether that's a technical field, maybe that is medical, or this could even just be, personal brand coaching. It could be, one of my favorites is how to make Gen AI work for you. So Kelly had some great tips. And I think of Gen AI as like a car. You drive the car doesn't drive you. So helping people learn how to use some of these tools to their advantage. And public speaking, a lot of folks get very nervous about public speaking. So being able to offer some side sessions to help people with that could also help you foster your next summit speaker list. So 4. Here we go. Find some space here. So what does fun look like for this crowd? And does it align with your organization's theme for the event? You're not going to please everyone, but consider accessibility for your audience. So Elaine mentioned, some of the notes and being able to make things accessible for your audience, having the captions, but also think about your after hours events. Are there things where folks are going to need extra accessibility to make sure that you provide it? And don't be afraid to incorporate passions into the event where they align with your organization's values. You can incorporate cooking. That's one of my passions. Create a recipe for success for your business and have a theme around that that can be engaging for folks and also interactive. And then we have our 5th option, our 5th question that actually gets asked a lot. To happy hour or not to happy hour at your event? So I ran into this firsthand. This was several years ago when I was pregnant with my daughter and I was supporting a conference for my organization. And at the time, I didn't realize how much of our agenda revolved around alcohol. There was the happy hour opening night event. There was the cocktail reception. Then there was just the happy hour every other night. And when you are not one who is drinking for whatever reason, health reasons, whatever, it may make you feel kind of excluded. Some of these folks are not as entertaining when you're sober. So make sure that you're, as you're thinking about your events, consider drinking as a secondary part of the activity to make sure that everybody's got a comfortable space where everybody can feel included and engaged. And then number 6, and I know there was a session about this earlier that went into big depth, but it's to me is the most important thing, is how are you maintaining those connections after the event? It is so important. The thank you emails, those are all givens and table stakes, but you can also create online groups based on some of those affinity groups you created before the event. Make easy ways for folks to be able to stay in touch. This could be done over LinkedIn groups, Instagram, Facebook, whatever works best for your audience. And offer actionable engagement. So a lot of times, especially you're at a live event, everybody lines up after the speaker to ask them questions. Make it easy for folks to be able to reconnect with those speakers after the event. Offer free appointments or sessions. Thinking about some of those charitable organizations that you featured at your event, give some updates. What did we do? What was the impact that we made on that organization? And how can folks continue to do good for some of those nonprofits or special organizations? And if you're planning on doing the summit again, keep your audience updated for the next event. And if you're having a hybrid event where you're both in person as well as online, don't forget your live stream audience, because those folks spent the time to go online. They checked out the keynote or they checked out the event, and those folks could be your next in-person ticket attendees for your next event. So make sure that they're in the loop and feeling included as well. So there we have it. Big impact, great connections, and a very small base. So I thank you so much. I do have a link that I can put in the chat. I am offering free one-on-one consultations for everybody attending. So whether there are ways that I can help you, or if you just want to chat more about gardening or cooking, I'd love to connect. So thank you so much.
Awesome. Thank you, Patty.
Thank you.
So I love the peonies. They're so beautiful. Oh my gosh.
They smell so nice too. It's so
Yeah.
exciting when they come. It's a short window. So
Yeah, love that. Love that. Okay, our next, our final panelist is Ms. Katrina Sawa, who's going to be sharing about the etiquette around hosting summits as speakers and as participants. She is no newbie to hosting events. Katrina hosts a lot of events. So your 7 minutes are up, girl, or go for it.
Okay, I hope they're not up yet. Okay, today I'm talking about summit etiquette. Not something I normally talk about, but something that I pay attention to as a summit booker. I book speakers. I've done a lot of events like Elaine says. And I've been doing events for 17 years in person and virtually. So I know a lot about a lot when it comes to hosting, speaking, and attending, because that's where I find a lot of clients too. So some of these tips so that's what we're going to talk about today. We're going to talk about timeliness, participation, and promotion when it comes to attendees, speakers, and hosts. So pay attention because I'm going to talk fast. So timeliness as an attendee, please be on time. Stop being 3, 5, or 10 minutes late when you're joining an event. The host puts a lot of effort into time into every minute of the summit, and it slows down the learning and engagement for everybody else when you're late. So plan accordingly, right? On top of that, you might miss valuable information or an opportunity to introduce yourself or get showcased. For example, on a lot of my summits and calls, I like to give shout outs or prizes and free books to people who show up on time. I like people who show up. I like people on time. Timeliness as a speaker. It's highly recommended that you attend the entire summit that you've agreed to speak on. I know it's not always possible, but not only does the host and the other speakers deserve your attention if you would like them to pay attention to you when it's your turn, but it shows more respect and you have more opportunity to entice the audience to want to learn more from you or buy from you if you're there more than just your talk. If you just show up right before your talk and then leave right after, there's not a lot of relationship building time, and you may only get a small percentage of people interested because they see that you're not truly caring about being there for them. In addition, the host carefully curates the flow of the event, like Elaine has shown you today. And if you make them worry about you showing up on time or not, then that provides a lot of stress and anguish that is unnecessary. If you could just at least show up 30 minutes or an hour early before your talk and hang out 30 plus minutes after, you want to be able to work the chat, okay? So we're going to talk about that. Timeliness for the host. It shows amazing organization and leadership skills when the host runs an event on time as scheduled, and people appreciate that. If you aren't comfortable running all the Zoom controls, the recordings, the breakouts, the slides, etc., then do yourself a favor and be professional and bring 1 or 2 team members in to support you. Trust me, it'll make you look more professional and it'll allow you to focus on the content, the speakers, your goals, and the attendees' needs throughout the entire event. Secondly, participation. Participation tips for the attendees. It's time to stop showing up with a bag over your head. And I don't mean to call anybody out here. I know sometimes we want to eat or go to the bathroom or whatever. But come prepared to be on video the whole entire time. Once in a while, leave to go do something that you have to do, but have respect for the hosts and the speakers by giving them your undivided attention, please. If you cannot pay attention fully, or if you need to multitask or take calls during the summit, please just maybe pay for the VIP upgrade so you can get the recordings, and do us all a favor and just stop showing up with your camera off. It's distracting and disrespectful. And honestly, we can't connect with you, and therefore you get less value out of the whole thing by listening to us if we don't know you're there or not, right? So just something to think about, not trying to call anybody out. Like I said, these are ideal strategies. Participation tips for the speaker. This is your opportunity to work the room. You don't just have the 10 to 60 minutes of time to share who or what you do and all about your topic. You have the whole entire event to connect, correspond, and communicate with every single attendee and speaker. When you post more in the chat and comment on other speakers' content or points, you get more visibility, When attendees see your name over and over in the chat, especially if you've renamed it with your URL like I have, right? They'll see that over and over and over. And you don't have to do a lot of self-promoting when you do that kind of a little subliminal messaging, right? So when they see your name over and over, they know that it's more impressive because another speaker, why you're more supportive with the other speakers. You also become more top of mind as the summit progresses, and you stand out more than the speakers who come and go quickly. It also adds more credibility and trust to those attendees who might consider your offer or the next step with you if they see you being more interactive and paying attention. I also recommend you're on video the whole time and you participate fully as a speaker. So participation for the host. Of course, you would assume that the host is going to get all the glory, and you would assume that the host is going to put their own links and next steps in the chat, with both can be true. But one thing I see hosts not doing sometimes is not putting themselves on stage or not doing it enough. This is the time for you to shine and you to be the expert. If you're the host of a summit, a multi-day summit, the host should be on every day, probably twice, if not more, depending on your goals. Don't be afraid to put yourself in the spotlight. Just be clear that you set expectations for yourself and your speakers accordingly. Finally, the last thing, promotion for attendees. Honestly, attendees should not be promoting themselves in the chat or otherwise unless given direct instructions or opportunities to do so from the host. A summit with multiple speakers is not a networking event for the most part, and you don't want to post your links all over the chat unless you're asked to do so as an attendee. If you want to go to a networking event to promote yourself, then go to a networking event. But a summit is designed for you to learn and connect with the speakers who can help you in one area or another. However, if you're allowed to share your contact information or links in the chat, you darn well better be ready to do so. You want to be copy ready with your Zoom blurbs, right? You got to have that Zoom blurb template, Word doc ready to go, filled up with multiple different types of introductions for yourself and different types of links and opportunities when given the okay to do so. Have them easily ready to copy and paste. That means it's also much easier when you attend on a laptop or a computer to fully promote yourself during and also connect with other attendees and speakers. When you show up on your cell phone or in the car, you have less opportunity to be seen and known and connect with people, and you're not prepared to work the chat, which is very helpful for you as well. On another note, these types of events, please do not direct message a bunch of the attendees with your links and sales pitches, please. That is completely rude and disrespectful to the host and the other speakers who have spent time and or money investing themselves to be here and share it with you. If you want to promote yourself that bad on a summit, then apply to speak or host one yourself. Promotional tips for speakers. First, there's the expected and required promotion of the summit. Do what's required. Everyone depends on it. Go the extra mile if you can by going live or commenting on speaker hosts and social, not just share your own. Then during the summit, of course, you want to promote your stuff if allowed by the host and according to the expectations of the summit, whenever it's okay to drop links and throughout the, promotion tips for the host. This is your summit. You can do whatever the heck you want, but I do highly recommend you promote yourself and the speakers before, during, and afterwards. And on the thank you page, the VIP page, the dashboard, in the chat, you can do it all. I just recommend not being so overly salesy that your speakers don't shine. You're here to provide a platform for your speakers who've worked hard to promote your summit and to get attendees there. So it's important that you promote them as much as humanly possible before, during, and after. This way you'll get repeat speakers and you'll have a sought after speaker summit. Now, there's a bunch more to know. I could tell you a gazillion other things, but one thing I find speakers and hosts falling short on is their ability to enroll and or sell people live from the summit or training, if they're allowed to sell, or even in the follow-up. Without effective sales training, your sales abilities to sell from stage could fall short, and you may not see the ROI you hope to from participating and hosting a summit. So my VIP training is all about selling from stage on summits and the do's and don'ts. I share tons of different ways to sell on a summit as a speaker or a host. Please don't shy away from the sales training. It doesn't have to be salesy, and you can shine your authentic self while you do it, but you might need a few tweaks on what you're doing. Go watch my video. And if you're interested in my Zoom blurb template, you can send me an email, and I will be happy to send that to you, because it's really effective if you have multiple different types of Zoom blurbs to put in the chat. So there you go.
All right, Katrina, that was a mouthful, girl. Damn.
I know.
She was on 2 times X. Oh my goodness, love it. Okay, so that is the end of our panelists. We have another keynote that's going to be coming, but before we do that, this is kind of an opportunity because we're going to be moving into what happens after you host a summit. So I want to make sure that you feel that you have some sort of plan or an idea, at least, of what comes next after you even leave here today. So I would love to open up the floor, because this is what we do here. I like engagement, not just speaking at you, but I want to know, what are you going to do next? What is going to be your plan of action that you're going to take away from this? What is something that you learned today that you want to implement today or tomorrow? Ahas, takeaways, anything from any of our speakers, something that just really stood out to you. This is kind of that opportunity to let it all out before we go to the next big thing, which is our final keynote. And then we'll be going into our execution masterclass, because we're getting the shit done today. Like, that's just how it goes, right? We're creating a plan and we're moving forward because like Katarina said, like, it's about the doing, and it's about the mastery that comes in with doing. So I would love to open up the floor to ahas, takeaways, questions, anything like that. Come off of mute and just share away.
I'll just say, so a couple of new connections, which is cool, because sometimes there's like the bubble, and so it's nice to go outside the bubble.
I know, right?
And then I am very intrigued about this Gamma thing. So I got to check that out.
Yeah, I know. I love learning about new tools, and I never heard of Gamma before. So thank you, Patty, for sharing that.
Yeah, and I did Google it because I wasn't sure. And according to Google, Gamma does not currently support embedded forms on GHL. So
Damn.
I know, I'm sorry, but it is really good for PowerPoint. And if you want to make a quick ebook, you'll save a ton of money and save a ton of time. So
awesome. Tracy Root is here, who provided a fantastic bonus class. Remember I telling you guys about the bonuses? Tracy Root, she did a whole thing about pay-to-play events and if they are right for you. So Tracy.
Yeah, hi. I have to say, so first of all, Gamma and Jen, thank you for that video one, which apparently they've changed their name, but it redirects, so whatever. I have both of those up on screen, but that was when I was able to join in. So really I only heard Katrina. So I have to say, sorry for showing up late. I did come off off or on video before she called out those of us who weren't on video. So I'm happy about that. But what I really heard her say, which is something that's always told to me because I do so many summits, is to take the speaking slot, right? Take the stage as the host. And it is really hard for me to like make myself do that, but I'm going to continue to work toward being, you know, more available for myself in that kind of visibility. And I wrote down one other thing too. It was, about the line that was specifically a summit is not a networking event. And I wrote down immediately, I need to have a summit networking event so that the networking can still happen, but not during the summit. So thank you, Katrina. And thanks to everyone else who shared, even though I wasn't able to be here.
Yeah. So I just want to add on to that. One of the things that I do for those that are participants here and not a speaker, I host a speaker networking event before the summit. And
that's exactly what I was thinking was like, I need to create its own little networking event for everyone who's registered.
Well, I do it for the speakers first.
For the speakers. Got it.
And I have a little strategy that I do is I do it on the day that the tickets go on sale. And the reason why I did that is because, and I also this time around, I had a very short window VIP for free coupon. And so the speakers that attended that event, first they got to know each other and kind of like see what everybody was about, follow each other on socials, that kind of thing. But now their energy is high because we just came off this great event where they got to meet new people, because that's like I said, it's about connecting speakers together. And now I learned that they were more inclined to share about that because now there's something that is happening on that day. So I did it first thing in the morning. They had all their stuff in order to share. They had a coupon code ready to go. And we generated so many VIPs because of that. And so just as a something that if you want to host a summit, do some sort of networking thing for your speakers. I haven't done one for the participants, although I love that idea. And so that may be something I bring into something next time that I do. But I think they can be great networking events if the intention is there to do it that way. So yeah, thanks for sharing that, Tracy. Yeah. Anybody else? I saw Super Kate was sharing some stuff in the chat. Let's see, what else do we have?
Yeah, I mean, I haven't had any desire to do a summit before, but this is really,
motivating,
awesome and
inspiring, maybe. Yeah,
it is inspiring. I'm not. Yeah, it's now going in the Sparkle list, and we're gonna see what it lands.
Love that for you. Yeah, love that for you. One of the things that I did last summit, there's a feature inside Go High Level that I had not really paid much attention to, and it was the communities. And the last summit I hosted in January was the Magnetic Marketing Summit. And the reason that I hosted that was because someone else I had seen had shared a video about how they utilized the communities when they hosted a summit. And I'm like, what? What is that? And how come I didn't realize what was possible? So once I saw what was possible, I said, well, now I have to host a summit in the communities because I need to be able to teach my clients how to do it, right? So that is something that has been really cool. And I stole her idea, which was adding a scavenger hunt. And so that was the first time I'd ever done a scavenger hunt, was in the Magnetic Marketing Summit. And I did it again this time because it is a really fun way to gamify your summit. And so I dropped the link to where you can go to log in, but you can access all of that as well on your mobile device in the Go Collab app. If you look for Elaine the Brain, that's my community. And it'll really just allows you to access all of the trainings and the community all on your mobile device, all in one place. And I love that I can link the community with the vault. So it's all like there. So there's like a learning tab, which if you click on that, it takes you to all the videos. So it's like super perfect. And I just love it. So the vault can be a standalone, but it links to the community as well. So that is something that you could also do as if you're going to host a summit, is how could you gamify or have any sort of rewards or things like that. So the scavenger hunt was a pretty fun way to get engagement in the community. The last one I did, I was like, wow. And our speakers were so engaged and it made everybody else get super engaged. Freaking love it. Freaking love it. So all right. Yes, Mighty Networks. I used to use them a long time ago. But now I don't have to because it's all included in my NGHL. Let's see here. So does anybody have anything they'd like to ask or share before we go to our next break?
I'm just going to say I love gamification. In fact, I think that was my first topic before I went out and did the DM route. And it's a manual process. I use Facebook groups, which I know is a little different than communities on Go High Level. But the top person is always so engaged. They've invited friends. They've done the thing that for them, it's like, this is a no-brainer. Like, of course we're going to work together. So I find it very interesting. I also will usually pick up who the competitive folks are, and they always surprise me.
Right? Yeah. Yes. It's so cool. Anybody else? Survey the room here. So Katrina, what do you do to gamify? What are some things that you've done?
Well, I think mostly in person because I'm bringing back my in-person events, frankly, because I'm not a fan of the virtual anymore especially for my own events. But prizes, I always do prizes, and I don't know if anybody talked about that today, but I usually have books and I give away books so that way people stick through the event. Sometimes I give away some of my online trainings too, so that people stay longer because I have a good hold rate for attendees. So on my event, so that's something that's I think important to think about is who can donate books or programs to your event. Can speakers do it? And then you have prizes in between a whole bunch of things so that people want to stick around to win because you have to be present to win. And I love doing books and physical things to mail, not just digital, because then you get their mailing addresses, people. You got to get mailing addresses so you can continue following up. I'm getting ready to send a postcard mailing to everybody I have mailing addresses for in my database to come to my September Level Up Live event. And because I take mailing addresses in a lot of different places. And so you want to think about that and phone numbers.
Yep. I know I thought about, I was like, man, it'd be kind of cool if, before an event, you sent something out to your VIPs or something like that. Like I've totally had those thoughts and I'm just like, oh my gosh, that would be quite the undertaking. It would have to be people registered before this date would kind of like, you know what I mean? I went to a virtual event like that where if you registered in advance, they sent you this goodie box that you like opened during the event. And I was like, well, that's kind of cool. So fun way
I've done that before. Yeah. The swag box, the wow box, I've done that a couple times for events. And especially in 2020 and 2021.
Yeah, when COVID was like,
yeah. I mean, I had like $100 and something worth of stuff, and I was getting stuff from speakers. So speakers were mailing me stuff. And then I would put this box together and it had my books in it. It had even a workbook, like the workbook you gave out, right? So that could be printed in there. Now, those things cost money, which is why it's good to, for my virtual events, I was charging money to be there. So summits are typically free with, but people would want the upgrade box, I think, and that would be a great VIP upgrade, but then there's still less profit in it for the host. So,
Awesome. All right. So let's go we're going to do a 15-minute break, hydrate, fuel, rest, answer an email if you need to. But we're going to take a break and then we will be back at what time do I have on my little thing here? For Justina. So we're going to be back at 5 after the hour. So 12:05 Pacific time, we'll be back on screen. So I'm gonna go get me some veggies and dip and eat it up. We'll see you guys. We'll see you guys back here pretty soon, okay? All right, 2-minute warning for anybody who wants to come back and hang out.
Hey, good
Steady
job,
breath.
Elaine. Good job, everyone. Elaine, I had a quick question. I know I created the e-guide, how to repurpose the summit into content. Is that in a VIP vault or where is that?
It's in the community under the free gifts and prizes. I posted it and tagged you.
Okay.
But I will also, I'm gonna drop it here in the chat for everybody.
Okay, I just wanted to let you know I can't talk about it all, so I wanted to let them know there's more somewhere.
Yeah, I know. We have
Awesome.
so much good stuff here.
I know.
It's
Amazing
like,
content.
what?
Yeah, I know. I hope you repurpose it into content.
Yeah, yeah, I know, right? So exciting. So exciting.
I also love that what you said, that it was not just about list building for you, which I think it is a lot for a lot of clients, and I get, especially starting out. But I love that you're into the connection and connecting, and
Yeah.
that's awesome.
Yep.
Often overlooked or not expected benefit. So that's
Mhm.
great.
Yep. And when I mentioned to you guys, that after I had speakers apply, after I'd already like made the agenda, Justina had reached out and I'm like, oh my God, like she's like a missing piece. So like, how do I, and it was like, oh my gosh.
I know. Thank you. I know you meant me. I'm like, I did. I was waiting for your email and I went to the wrong box and I'm like, why haven't I heard back yet? This is a perfect opportunity. I'm like a perfect fit. And I email, oh shoot, she did email me, but I missed it. So thank you for
Yeah, but
taking
it's
me
like,
in.
it's as the summit host, you get to choose, you get to make the decisions. And I also love to tell people you have permission to change your mind, right? So it's literally just about a little tweak, like, okay, this would fit in perfect here. I extended a little bit, shortened everybody up because originally there was going to be 10 minutes. And I said, you know what? If we go to 7 minutes, I have room to bring in this important topic of what to do after the summit. So it really was kind of this like, when I mentioned it's not going to be perfect, take perfect off the table. As a summit host, you get to make the decisions about what do you want to bring to your audience? What do they need? What is going to bring the most value? And so, Justina, I'm going to spotlight you so you can um, provide us with some great content around. So you hosted a summit. Now what?
Yeah, exactly. So this is the missing piece, in my opinion, that a lot of people do. And there's many reasons or don't do, right? Is they have a summit and they kind of stop there. So I'm here to tell you, yay! First of all, let's focus on the yay. Yay. Number one. So I have 8 tips, trying to be under 8 minutes. Number one is yay. Like focus on yay, you did it. You did it. It's probably been months long, 3 months long, who knows, in your head, probably for years. So let's celebrate. Close the stat tab. It's not about the numbers. It's not how much you did or how many people signed up or how many didn't sign up, right? Maybe you're hoping for more, maybe you got less, whatever. It's not about the numbers. Focus the intention that you put out in the world and you did it, right? So pat on the back, say it out loud. Good job, Justina. Insert your name. Because whatever you'd say to your team, say it to yourself. You deserve it. Your inner child's asking for the praise, okay? And you just did it. That's the bottom line. You did it. Now, don't stop here. But for today, after your summit, stop to celebrate yourself. What's next? What do you next? Nothing. I mean it. Number 2 is do nothing. Like, block off your next day after the summit, cancel your interviews, cancel everything because the burnout is real. Elaine said it. She's taking a picture of herself before and after. Trust me, you're going to want to be in a do mode because you just came off this high energy. Do nothing. Like schedule a massage, go to a lunch all by yourself, take yourself out on a date. Maybe you're talked out. You don't want to talk to anyone. Turn off your notifications. Just do nothing or do whatever makes your heart full and everything else can wait. Okay. You can, of course, get ahead of it, pre-schedule some of the emails that need to go out, whatever. delegate to your team. It doesn't have to be you. Trust me, if you don't do this part of doing nothing, the burnout would be like, I'm never doing this again. So number 3 is collabs, meaning remember you have 2 audiences, not just the one sitting in a seat and watching. Your other audience is your speakers. So kind of what Elaine said, that's why she loves doing events, is connecting with speakers. But really, without the speakers, we wouldn't have this event. So I personally love to recommend to send out not just a blanket email. Well, thank you everyone for speaking. Personalized one-on-one connection email that's specific to something that you really loved about them speaking, right? So I normally jot down notes. What did I really love about the speaker? What really was the moment? Or maybe just the way they present it, maybe the energy. It doesn't have to be what, it could be how. And remember, speakers don't always get the feedback that you see in the chat. So if there's anyone that maybe said some comments in the chat or anything positive about the speaker, I will pass it along and say, here's what people said about you. Here's how good you were. Here's what really resonated. Because they appreciate the feedback, they will make them feel better. Like I love, many speakers today. I think everyone was awesome, but Jen B had the Genergy. She brought the Genergy, and that's what I told her. You brought the energy. She said it was called Genergy, and like that was very outstanding. Number 4 is remember Q&A. So meaning your audience is probably also like, oh my gosh, I just learned so much. Info overwhelm. Like, what do I do? They might have questions. They may like, which one do I implement first? So consider having something for your audience that's not another lecture, that's not more information, but it's a Q&A session. I think I love what Elaine's doing here on Friday. She has office hours or whatever, where people can drop in and ask her questions. What do I do next? How do I implement it? Where do I start? So consider something like that, okay? Number 5 is FOMO. Believe it or not 100% of people who sign up for your summit will actually show up. So make the ones who didn't show up have the major FOMO, okay? Because maybe they can show replay. They can still follow up with you. So I love to send out email with like all the great feedback. Here's what people said about my summit. Here's what people said. Here's what people said about the speakers. So that they're like, oh, shoot, I meant to go to that one summit, but I missed it. I was busy. But look at all the stuff that I missed out on. Maybe I can still sign up. Okay? Number 6 is you have content, so much content, so much stuff, right? And then what do you do with it? So I have in the free section, Elaine put it in the community, an e-guide, how to repurpose your summit to literally almost a year of content. And you don't have to do it all yourself. I have AI tips on how to do it for you. The script was mentioned, other stuff was mentioned. You can put something, a video in the script, break it out into reels. It will add captions for you, and you can have a short 1-minute clip from each speaker. You have 20 speakers, that's 20 days of reels. Okay. And that's just an example. You can repurpose. So please get the guide. It will give you ways to have months of content without doing months of work. Okay, what else? Your summit is golden. Like, don't just stop there. People sometimes don't open the invite email the same day. Some people might open it next week. They're going to come to your summit, and if it was live and there's nothing for them to watch, then what? I get it. Some people just make it a VIP. Now you got to pay to join, and that's okay. But remember, 95% people don't buy, but they can become your leads that you can nurture to future. Some people wait month, 2 months, 3 months, sometimes 3 years to become your clients. So what I recommend is having your summit and a replay, free 24-hour replay. Just like today, I can join today and watch everything for free on YouTube, right? Some other summits are free. So have like a 24-hour replay for the content. They can have a bite, a taste of how great the summit is, and they can still buy the VIP. So that way your summit keeps on making you money and getting you leads forever and ever and ever. I mean, until it's no longer, I guess, relative. Stuff changes with a guy. Maybe it won't be in 2 years. Who knows? I personally took my summit, made it a 24-hour. I'm also using Go High Level. I made it into 24-hour replay because Go High Level can do that inside my membership. So people could join for 24 hours or 48 hours to watch it. And they were offered an upgrade to the VIP. Some people bought, some people didn't, but they're on my list. And I ran cheap $10, $20 a day ads Meta ads on Facebook and Instagram for 3 months. I woke up every day with leads coming in my inbox and I did nothing else. 3 months of work, 3 months more of no work, just sitting there seeing the leads come in and some sales come in. And my list keep growing, even though I had no more speakers, no one else promoting, just some ads running. And I've run ads before for other things, like lead magnets. Nothing brought me leads from ads as well as my summit. It's the best lead magnet to run your ads to. So that's basically it. I do have, like I said, the maximize your virtual, repurpose your content, but also, sorry, number 8 was analyze your results, how to improve next time, how many people showed up. So then I do have a free gift called Maximize Your Virtual Event Attendance e-guide, 13 surefire ways to 3x your attendance that you can review, because attendance is often the problem with a lot of events. You have 1,000 people sign up, maybe 200 show up, 300. So I just wanted to give you 13 little ways that you can tweak your attendance to be really good. I did drop in the chat if you want to just talk about events. I'm a virtual event geek. You can schedule a free 30-minute call. No obligation, no sales. I don't do sales on calls. We can just chat. And also, I just created an event for July last week. So my page is very, very bare. I don't even have a video on there, but it's a free event called Next Level from Solopreneur to CEO. I put it in the chat if you want to sign up, grab your ticket. Again, bare bones. But I figure if you're interested, you can join. So thank you, Elaine, again for hosting. This was an amazing event. I'm learning from you, even though I've been doing Summit for 6 years. I picked up a lot of tips. And thank you to each speaker. I have notes. So I appreciate you all. Thanks.
All right. Hold on here. All right. Any questions for Justina? This is like what to do after. It can feel like a lot. It can feel overwhelming. I love she said, take the day off the next day and do nothing. I wish I could say that I have my DOT meeting tomorrow. So, Kathy.
Yeah, so thank you. That was awesome. I just hosted our annual event 5 days in May, and the follow-up is repurposing is where I'm stuck. So I love the idea of making it kind of evergreen. I have done it, but I don't see a lot of conversion. And what I did was just change the landing page from, get your pass to get your replays. We host our summit in Mighty Network, which is very similar to what Elaine has. And I'm wondering your idea of the 24-hour kind of repurpose. I mean, like having it available. Is that like you would have them go to the community, or would you have the replays like be available right there from the landing page? Like, how do you? I want to get more information on that.
Well, I let Elaine answer that too. So far my summits have not been in a community. I've been doing a traditional way, which is join live, but I think I'm gonna do that for this one. So whatever system allows you to have 24-hour replay. I'm not sure Mighty Network allows you to expire something for 24 hours. A lot of systems don't. I found out Kartra and Go High Level allow you to expire based on expiring tag, actually, to give you 24-hour access. If you do in a community and it doesn't let you expire something after 24 hours, you'd have to do it manually all the time. It doesn't make sense. For me, the way I do it is someone joins today, they have 24 hours now. Someone joins next Monday, they have 24 hours from the date they join. So that has to be automated or it doesn't make sense. If your community doesn't allow you to do that, then maybe you can just rehost your summit once a month in your community and tell everyone, hey, next Monday, I'm doing a 24-hour free replay of our summit. Join a community to watch, and then you expire it manually, right? So there's 2 ways of doing it. Elaine, anything to add?
Yeah, you could totally do like a watch party, where you could probably, I think, is it Restream? I feel like I don't know if that's even still a thing. I know there was a thing called Restream before where you could like restream something and restream it live where you can still have like the conversation going. So I don't know.
Lets you do that.
What is it?
StreamYard lets you do that now.
StreamYard does, yeah. Yeah, so that, I mean, you could totally And Go High Level does allow you to put on like, it expires after this date, or you know what I mean? You have to like, for the VIPs, I give lifetime access, but like for repurposing of kind of like that, hey, you missed it. You could call it like an encore or a watch party or something like that, where it's kind of, trying to get more butts in seats or get more engagement or anything like that. You could even drip out content, say like slice up your live videos and then, kind of like Kelly was saying, turn it into a podcast almost. So I feel like there's so many different ways that you could do that, and you could drip it out and do one a day. I don't know. Like, anybody else have any ideas on, as a participant, what would you engage in? I think that's like the key is getting the interest of the people that would show up and participate. What would they do?
Yeah, because we have like general sessions and then all access sessions. So I'm wondering like we could put the general sessions out for free, and then what we call them all access.
Yeah.
So then our all access pass, they get the replays for life, and they get these extra sessions and all the other little perks that we had with it. Okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Any other thoughts on repurposing content and all of this stuff? Because it can feel like a lot. But utilizing your AI tools can help you, find those quotable moments, those quotable quotes, and put them out into the universe. And oh, by the way, you can still, get access to the replay, and all of the other content and things like that. So,
Yeah,
the
exactly.
YouTube video I'll put it like as unlisted, right? So, it's not going to be, I can share it with whomever I want to, but it's not going to be like, because it's about FOMO, right? The FOMO experience, I think, is like you were saying, Justina, is got to show up and participate.
Exactly. Yeah, and I love the quotes. I literally did 100 quotes for a client from her summit. And all it was, I had the script, pulled the quotes, and I said, pull me one sentence, key quotable sentences. And then
Yeah.
and it's in my ebook. In Canva, you can use an app called Bulk Create, where you
Okay.
upload a spreadsheet and you just
Yes.
we have one design. And it takes the one design and drops all the quotes and makes 100 quotes from you.
I've seen that. Somebody made a TikTok video and I was like, what?
I saved it. Yeah, me too. I think it's on my phone. Like I said, I'm saving it and using it for summits because that's totally cool.
Yeah. Yes. Canva bulk update is really, really cool. I haven't used it yet, but I'm like, I need to find a reason to use it. So that is a great idea. Taking those one sentence things, and you could pull those from speakers, you could pull them from participants, from questions, from like
True.
anything like that. It's a great idea.
And by the way, Elena, tip, that's how I create my summit promos for speakers. I also use the intake, first name, title, and I drop it into Bulk Create and just in one design.
Very nice.
And then I get 30 speaker designs where I don't have to retype. I have to drop in their picture, but I don't want to retype so not
Yeah.
mess anyone's name.
Uh-huh.
And that way it just drops it in.
Beautiful. That's amazing. Amazing. All right. Anybody else? Totally open to questions, ideas, all the things. Okay. Well, then, the next part of our summit is actually our execution masterclass. And so this is kind of an opportunity to create a game plan. Moving forward, what are you going to do? How are we going to do this? And of course, I created a workbook because of course I do. Because if you guys didn't know this about me already, I'm a little bit psycho. A little bit. I go a little over the edge sometimes, but I do know I'm a little bit psycho. I love workbooks. I love making workbooks. I just find like it's so nice to be able to organize all of your thoughts into one area. And so in the Summit Starter Kit that you guys have access to as a VIP is I actually created a workbook and then I filled it out. And you get to see my filled out workbook of how I created this event. So all of the questions that I answered, because really the only thing you have to do now is just make decisions. That's all you have to do. So if you are able to make the decisions and decide what you want to do, sometimes also it's who, not how. So remember that you don't have to do this by yourself. So sometimes there's somebody that could be the person that helps you stay in your zone of genius. Maybe you're like, I don't want to do this by myself. Hi, I have done with you. I have done for you, options available. So you don't have to do all of this by yourself. If you are a DIYer, raise your hand. Show me who the DIYers are. I know, right? I also am a DIYer, but I also know when something is not in my zone of genius. And the things that are not in my zone of genius, I will delegate out. I have to, because otherwise I'm wasting time on things that is just like, if you're like, I was kind of joke and say, people are like, wow, that would take me like 5 hours to do and go high level. I'm like, I know, because I'm in it every single day. And I have gotten to expert level where you're at beginner level. So would it make sense for you to spend 5 hours on learning to do the thing? Or would it be more efficient for you to pay someone $50 or whatever to do it in 30 minutes? Like, what is the best use of your time? And sometimes it is not in the doing. Sometimes the best use of your time is in the being. And so all you have to do is make the decisions and then have your team, have this person, whether it's a VA, whether it's someone that is going to specifically help you with these things that you're like, I'm not tech savvy. Don't try to do the tech then. Like, why would you do that to yourself? That's very unkind to do to yourself. So what if we focused on the things that we are super good at and we hired out the rest and we delegated the rest to someone who can do it for us better and more efficient? Okay. So the first part of our workbook is really about clarifying your vision. And if you don't want to print out the workbook, that's totally okay. I'll just kind of go through the questions, and if you want to write down stuff on the paper. This, like I said, this is really about the next step and the execution of everything we learned here today. I'm very much a take action kind of girl. So, I don't know if you've ever attended a summit and you just learn so much. You just attend all the workshops and you learn all the things and then you don't apply or implement anything. I'm the opposite of that. So the first question that I would really love for you to answer is, what type of summit are you going to host? So this could be a live summit. This could be pre-recorded summit. This could be a 1-day summit. This could be a 2-day, 5-day. I don't care. Like, what kind of event feels like it's in alignment with you and your values? It's not about overwhelm. Like, what would make it easy? We learned that today. What would make it easy? What would feel easy? What would feel like it's not, we don't want that. If you're making that noise, you should not be hosting a summit, right? Because you'll be making that sound a lot. It should feel easy. It should feel like, yeah, this is like the next thing that I need to do. This is going to be great. Yes, Katrina, I can totally share my screen. Okay, so clarifying your vision. I'm also very much a who, what, when, where, why, and how. Like, it can be that easy. So who is your summit for? And like, be specific with that. Is it for, whoops, am I still sharing my screen? I don't know what I just did, but I just pushed a button and now I'm full screen again.
You are sharing.
Okay,
You
thank
can
you.
toggle now above on.
Oh, you can toggle. Look
I
at that.
know.
All right.
We can toggle and you can toggle.
Very cool. So who is your summit for? Is it for women, business owners, anybody in a specific niche, whether it's like wellness, or maybe it's like Jocelyn's here, right? Jocelyn focuses on nonprofits. So maybe it's like the nonprofit space. Maybe it's you know, I've seen people that are like hosting summits about medical stuff, right? Authors, podcasters. You can literally host a summit about anything. So who are your people? Crystal could do a whole summit about energy work and all of her fun little her herbs and spices and things like that, like all of that kind of the woo, right? She's so good at the woo. Who are your people? Because really remember, it's about creating something for them. All right, Super Kate is doing live 10 speakers, conversation, and networking. Love it. Who are your people?
Oh, I haven't figured that one out yet. There's part of me that wants to, honestly, I'm like, I kind of want to, because I like just putting people together.
Yeah.
I am interested in just putting people together and that I
Yeah.
think would
Seeing
be
where
fun
seeing what
conversation.
happens. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like I like the conversation aspect. I know it's a little bit harder on Zoom, and that's generally what I'm gonna have to be doing right now, but like
Mm-hmm.
this interaction is more interesting to me than with bits of speaking than pre-recorded.
Yeah.
And yeah, so whether it has to do with my business or not, that's we'll see where that goes.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, Jen B has got some stuff going on here in the chat. She's like, grow and scale their business, all the tools in their arsenal so they don't feel like they are doing it all alone. Yeah. Yep. So, Crystal, you could totally take your podcast and convert it to a summit. Like when you think about it, all of the people that you would have as guests on your podcast, have them be a live speaker and like share live and position yourself as, you know, the gatherer of the magic. And there's a dot that I need to connect you with. When you put trauma, so I have Karen Robinson is a dot, and she I think she's hosting another summit in October, I think she said, but she's in the summit directory. But I'm happy to connect you. Even Tracy's like, yes, Karen. Super Kate.
Apologies if somebody brought this up. There's been a lot to take in today.
Yeah.
I was a friend of mine did a summit a few weeks back, and she basically had live stuff, but then used that as to create a secret podcast, essentially. Like yeah. So is that something that is happening more, or you would recommend? I don't know.
I personally have not done that, but I think Kelly mentioned something about turning them into podcast episodes. I have never done a secret podcast, to be honest with you. So has anybody else here ever experienced anything with a secret podcast? I know it's possible. I just don't know what platforms allow you to do a secret podcast. So it could even be where, so in Go High Level, my brain always goes there, but you can upload like audio. and you could make it like behind a paywall. But if you're wanting it to be like on Spotify or Apple or something, I'm not sure how to do that.
Hers were on Apple.
Yeah.
And
So
there's another woman I just got access to her private podcast too.
yeah,
So
I bet you if we asked ChatGPT, how could we do a secret podcast? I bet you it'll give us instructions, because ChatGPT literally helped me yesterday go, wait, how do I turn this Google Doc and make it so people have to make a copy before they can access it? Yep, she helped me. Because I'm like, I had no idea you could do that. Like, how did no idea. Zero. So sometimes it's just like little things like that where we could ask and say, how do we do that? Or maybe even Google it. Because I know it has to be a way, because I've seen people doing it. Even YouTube, you could probably do it on YouTube as well, because YouTube does have podcasting. So, all right, we've got some stuff here in the chat. We've got Patreon. We've got Hey Audio and Hero.fm, Substack, Captivate, private RSS feed, and Libsyn, Libsyn. Yay for resources! And Riverside FM. Okay. Love it. Okay, our next question. Okay, so let's talk about, what do you want to get out of this? You're going to host a big event. You're going to put in all of this work. What do you want to happen as a result of that? What's the end goal that would make you feel like this was worth it? Everything I did was worth it. All of this. I've mentioned multiple times I do it to connect with other speakers. So for me, it would be like collaborating with other speakers would make it worth it for me. So it's just about the intentionality and knowing kind of that behind the scenes why. This one is completely optional. This question is completely optional, but and I've done summits where I have not had offers. This is the first summit that I actually have something, which is the summit templates. But normally I don't have an offer, because I'm literally was doing it as a way to connect with other speakers. So for you, is there something you would want to promote or lead people to work with you on a one-on-one basis? Is there a group thing? Is there what could you offer? Is there a membership? Is there a community? Tracy, do you use summits to get people to your community?
Yeah, I mean, that's a big part of it. Obviously, the summit itself is to highlight the speakers and to connect people and offer all of that in the moment. But, I'd love for all of our attendees to become VIP community members. And we give deals, and, there's a short and a long, and yeah, lots of different ways to slice and dice the opportunity.
Yeah. Jen, on the last summit that you guys did you have an offer? Was it for coaching?
We did have an offer. Each of us individually had a calendar link that they can book through. Like that was the offer off of Summit. And then, when they had a one-on-one with us, then we each had our own personal offer.
Okay. How did that work out for you guys?
It worked well. The world has a funny way of connecting everybody. In fact, another summit speaker brought in someone who I actually knew from a different life. And that person ended up working with me in like a business capacity. So you just never know. So it worked well.
Awesome. I love that. Okay. Optional would be a vision statement. And you can use that vision statement, align it with your values, align it with your purpose, with your impact. but it kind of becomes that statement you can integrate into your marketing, into your funnels, into your registration, into your speaker, seeking speakers. That kind of becomes your roadmap, your blueprint is what is the vision for all of this? What impact do you want to make? And it could be, mine was, I want to help people learn how to host summits. Bringing my experts together in all of the different stages and phases of hosting a summit, the before, the during, the after, the planning, the promoting, the follow-up. It was all done with intention. That was kind of my vision statement. So a 90-day focus. So there's a few options to choose from. This is like pick one track. So could be planning my first summit, leveraging a summit that I've already hosted. So I could go back to Magnetic Marketing Summit and repurpose all of that if I wanted to. Launch a new offer with a summit, or use summits to build your authority and partnerships. So that could be being a speaker on other people's summits. So actively finding people that are hosting summits and applying to be a speaker. And I know that there are people on this call that know where to find those events. So if you have a resource for people that are like, I would like to speak at summits, if you have a resource of where to find those events, feel free to share that in the chat. The summit directory is brand spanking new, so it doesn't have a whole lot in there yet, but I imagine that it will be. I'm so excited for it. But the intention of that was connecting speakers with people who are hosting summits. So someone could come and say, I'm looking for someone who speaks about this topic, and boom, there they are, right there, ready to go. So I would love to, if anybody wants to share your 90-day focus or put it in the chat, what will yours be? Planning your first one, leveraging one you've already done, launching a new offer with a summit, or becoming a speaker on summits? So Alexia's got 2. She's going to plan her first summit and speak at summits. It's a great plan. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Love it. So it's just leveraging summits, or really just repurposing. And so I'd be curious, what strategy will you use? Will you do a VIP watch party? Will you turn it into a secret podcast like Kate was mentioning? Do an encore presentation, drip it out into emails? Yeah, because I think I need to do that too. Christine, what do you want to plan your summit about in Q4? I would love to encourage you through that.
Yeah, my head's in like 3 different areas, to be
Yeah.
completely honest. So
Uh-huh.
I think that's part of what I need to flush out.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Do you want to share the 3 that you're thinking about?
So I do a lot of work around the 3 Ps. So procrastination, people pleasing, and perfectionism.
Yeah.
So one thought would be to have a summit to help people navigate and get over all of those limiting beliefs, and invite people in who that's their zone of genius. Another is all around money mindset and breaking into the next level of whatever it is that they're looking for that support in, whether it is entrepreneurship, whether that is their personal finances.
I
and
was
then
just thinking that, Jen.
And then the other piece to that puzzle, or the other third potential, is for anybody that doesn't know, my word of the year is abundance. So I'm calling it an abundance of all things fun.
Mhm.
And I'm thinking about a summit around that, that could help and encourage people because listen, we all are lifing, right? We all have our bag of poo. And how can we navigate, whether that is the 3 Ps, whether that is a money mindset, or whether that is whatever one's limiting belief is,
Mhm.
to navigate through all of that to get to still focus on an abundance life, right? So I don't know. So there were my three. I think
Mhm.
there's a pull through on all three of them. So I don't know if the summit would
Mhm.
tie them together somehow with a pretty little bow,
So my
or
pop rock says yes.
yes, to pulling them
If you
together.
are open to hearing a pop rock, I have one for you.
I would love a pop rock.
Okay, so my pop rock says that there's what, like the 12 areas of life,
Mm.
right? So if you had a speaker that, covers each 12 areas of life, right? So you said money, all of those, but how could you turn those 12 areas and have abundance in each area of your life? And then your 3 Ps kind of become the tool to implement, because people will need to get out of their own way in order to implement any of the strategies that people are sharing, right? So they're going to have limiting beliefs around, oh, yeah, that's not for me. There's no way I could ever make that much money, right? So kind of helping them work through that. So applying your tool to each of those 12 areas of life. And the goal, the overarching goal, is the abundance life.
Mm-hmm.
How can you bring fun into money? How could you bring fun and abundance into relationships,
Mm-hmm.
into wellness, I mean, what are like all the 12 areas of life, right? So, um, is it 12? Is it 9? I can't even remember, but I feel like there's like a wheel. I see a
Yeah,
wheel.
there's definitely a wheel, and actually I have it right here. I'm pretty sure it is 12.
Yeah.
I'm
Mm-hmm.
gonna double check that. But
Mm-hmm.
I love where you're going at, and thank you for your pop rock.
Yeah.
And for this time today, I mean, my head is in a lot of different spaces, which is
Yeah.
also exciting. And the other
Yeah.
thing that I am committing to, and I put this in the chat earlier, but I'm just saying it into the universe, into this
Yes.
through, that I am starting to summit, no summit. Well, there will be summit, but all the end is to be doing workshops every month
Mm-hmm.
as value to my growing community.
Mm-hmm.
I actually have one this Sunday. It's interesting. I feel like I go through phases, right? Like I'll do them, pretty regularly, and then I don't,
Yeah.
which is a story,
Yeah.
obviously. So yeah.
So Diamond Sisters, Jen and Christine, you guys need to connect for sure. Just an FYI.
Wink, wink.
I'm already on it. Christine, you have a DM from me. I'm like, oh my God, am I talking or is she talking?
Yeah.
Actually, I just booked in with you, Jen, so that's awesome. See, I didn't even see your DM yet.
Love it. Energetically alignment. I love it.
Yeah. So super excited, and I'm also in Go High Level. Elaine, I don't know if you and I touched on that before. So very interested to see, and I'd say I'm at the beginner-ish level, right?
Yeah.
So I'm using it for my business and then also with the
Mhm.
coaching and the support that I'm doing with the Little
Yeah.
Ball Camp.
So I
So
have the Done With You Go High
yeah.
Level, where basically I do a hand-holding version of hosting a summit, right? So it's not like, okay, see you later, bye. Right? It's more like, here, let's do this together, week by week, and you know what I mean? Like it's an easier way to go about it rather than trying to figure it all out on your own. And basically what that means is I drop my snapshot into your Go High Level account and then walk you through the whole freaking thing.
Oh my God, it's like you're talking.
I know.
I can't even deal with this information.
I know.
Take my credit card right now, whatever it is.
Love it.
I'll just
Okay.
say Go High Level has changed my my business, so
Yeah.
it's a no-brainer.
I know. I know. It really, really is. Okay, 90-day action plan. So here's kind of like a 3-month steps, right? So prep, build, and launch. So if you were to think about hosting a summit and putting it into these categories and 30 days at a time. I am a like knowing that I'm going to spend the next 3 months actively, intentionally working on this like project. It helps me stay focused, first of all. I'm less likely to get shiny objects, distractions, because there's people relying on me, right? That's kind of how I trick myself into staying focused, is that there are people relying on me to host a good event, to bring awareness and visibility to them as a speaker, to bring value to our participants, to build community, to make connections. So that keeps me laser focused. I have figured out I need at least a minimum of 12 weeks, minimum. If you can do 6 months, good for you. Love that for you. I don't know if my Pop Rocks will let me go 6 months, but 3 months is good because they need a planning phase, you need a launching phase, and you need each of those phases in order to really have a successful event and to not burn yourself out, because you need time to build your speaker page. What do the speakers need to know? So you got to attract your speakers, and then you got to build your registration pages and figure out what are they going to get and what's included in each of the things. It takes at least several, like almost a month to do all the speaker stuff. So you don't want to turn around and then you need to give, and I like to do 4 weeks minimum of promotion. So when you think about it that way, right? So get all your speaker stuff together, choose your speakers, get everybody on board, speaker agreements, make your agenda. Everybody knows all the things. Launch day, everybody feels good about it. And now we promote. That's why I made that timeline that I give to people, where literally you put in your date and it will backtrack 12 weeks for you. And it literally says everything you need to do, marketing wise, form creation, funnels that you need to create, tasks that need to happen. It's all lined out. So for those of you that know Tina Palmgren in the DOT community, I was like, please help me with a spreadsheet. I don't do spreadsheets. I don't do formulas. So what did I do? Hired somebody to do that is not in my zone of genius, and said, could you make this for me? She said, sure. She put in the little formula and I expanded on it and added all the crap. But she did a 12-week one and she did a 6-month one for people based on what their goals are. So it really is, to me, helpful to know, what do I need to do when? So what by when? What by when? Because then it just feels less overwhelming when I can step by step, you know? And then step 4 is commitment and execution. And I will tell you, the thing that has really helped me this time around, and this is the first time that I really had this, was, so part of Diamond membership is accountability partners. And guess what? I have an accountability partner. And that was extremely helpful to have somebody that I met with every 2 weeks. Every 2 weeks, and we did not bail on each other, and we hold each other accountable. And it has been super helpful for me to know that somebody is expecting me to have something done. And so there was no last minute, nothing. I couldn't, because I knew exactly what I needed to do and by when. So my question for you is there someone in your corner that could be that accountability partner for you, that has your back, that is going to hold your feet to the fire, that's not going to bail on yourself and procrastinate, or I don't want to do that, or it's too much work, or whatever? Because the reality is that yes, you can. Even if you've never done it before, yes, you can. Yes, you can. The very first summit I hosted was 2021. It was called Level Up to Scale Up. And I learned so many lessons from doing that event. Holy Mother of Pearl. I had seen Jamie Kern Lima was doing this like book launch, and she turned it into like a summit. And I saw a speaker named Leah Valencia Key, who had been like, I just loved her energy. She just radiated positivity. And I was like, oh my God, she would be so cool to have at our summit. I never hosted a summit before. And I reached out to her, found her email address because I'm a stealth and I can find people. And I emailed her and she said yes. And she's like, I've never been a paid speaker before, so I'll only charge you $500. And I'm like, okay. I didn't know where I was going to get the money from. I just knew that we needed to have her as a speaker. And so we did. And she kicked us off, and it was so, so, so good. And that was the first time I had ever paid for a speaker, right? I was like, I didn't know what the hell I was doing. But wow, it was so when you see that thing, when you see that person with that energy, do what you got to do to bring them into your world. Because the next time I got a message from someone, we were in the movie theater, and I got a message from someone that said, I just saw your face on a highlight reel from Leah Valencia Key. And I'm like, what? Because she used a clip of our summit where she was on screen with us as part of her highlight reel to be on, I think Jamie Kern Lima was doing another summit or whatever and was introducing her, and someone said, oh my God, I just saw your face. And I'm like, what? So you just never know when that kind of cool stuff is going to happen. And then other people are like, oh yeah, I saw it too. And I'm like, what? I was at the movies, So follow the energy. And if it's not a hell yes, then it's a hell no. If it's not a hell yes, it's a hell no. If it does not feel energetically aligned, if it is not in alignment with your values, run it through the funnel. It's okay to say no. And it's okay to change your mind and say, you know what? I think I need to push this out a little bit. Maybe I didn't fully understand. Maybe this is not the right time. If it feels hard, not challenging, not overcoming, but if it feels like every door is being slammed in your face, maybe the universe is trying to tell you, take a pause. Let's take a breath. And let's figure out, where are we not in alignment? And how do we need to come back to center and then refocus? And this would be a good opportunity to talk with your coach, with your accountability partner, and figure out, why are these hurdles being thrown at you? What's going on? What's really underneath, deep under there? And then make a decision from there. Yeah. Don't force it. And don't think you have to do it because everybody else is doing it either. This has to be the right step for you and for the growth of your business, and not because everybody else is doing it. How many times have you done something because everybody else was doing it, and then you do it and you're like, that sucked. I don't ever want to do that again. Because it's not for you. It's for them. It works great for them. Doesn't mean it's going to work good for you. So I am going to stop sharing. And we're finishing 30 minutes early, you guys. I don't even know how that's possible, but we did, because I timeline everything out. This time to this time, we're doing this. So questions, takeaways, thoughts. I would love to hear from those of you that have been on all day. What's your takeaway? What are you going to do next? Crystal.
I had a question about pricing as you were talking about paying speakers, et cetera. How do you come up with your pricing plan to pay speakers based on live Zoom, how long they're speaking, anything like that?
Well, I'll tell you what, I haven't paid a speaker since Leah Valencia Key. So that was a really good lesson because I didn't know what to expect. And I think we had one VIP ticket sold for that event because it was my first summit, right? So I have learned so much since then, since 2021, that I typically don't make the same mistake twice. So that came out of my budget because, right? Like it is what it is. But when you think about the cost of everything that I used, all of the technology, all of the things that I had to pay for in order to even do it, there's a cost involved. So I don't pay speakers. There are some speakers like Tracy provided a training about is where speakers pay you. So a pay to play event. And we talked about the do's and the don'ts and how to know if you should and things like that. So I don't pay speakers any longer. Now, if this was someone like super influential or, you know what I mean, that is expecting to be paid, I would need to ask myself, are they in alignment? Are they going to provide enough value to make it worth? Are they going to give more than they're receiving? Right? That would probably be whether or not I would pay for another speaker like that. And we had her as a keynote. So I pay my speakers through affiliate commission. So if speakers get VIP signups with their referral link, then I give them a 40% commission of that. Does that answer your question? Okay. Kathy.
How do you decide how to price your VIP?
So, this time around, I charged a higher price for my VIP, and it's because of the amount of value that I had in there. So I had my starter kit in there, which you know, is this full workbook, tutorial, spreadsheet, all of the replays, all of the bonuses, office, you know, having post summit office hours. So this time I priced my VIP at $97. I did a coupon code for $47. I also give my speakers each get a coupon code that they can gift a VIP ticket to someone of their choosing. And so I do offer a lot of discount incentives. I even did like a couple day, like a sale, I guess you could say, again, where if they used a certain coupon code, it allows me to track also where people are coming from. And so typically my rate has always been like $47 for like a VIP. And like I said, this time I did $97 because I was adding way extra than I had normally had not done before.
Developing your business, but did you see a difference in like how many people have the VIP with the different prices?
Yeah, so so I'm able to go through because of how I have stuff set up in my system. I'm able to see what coupon codes people used. I'm able to see who referred them. I'm able to see the dates that they came in, the source that they came in from. So I'm able to then analyze all of that data. And now, what do I do with it moving forward? Well, I know where I spend my money is not going to be on LinkedIn ads, right? Because I know that $62 for a lead is really not a good ROI because that's what the numbers were. And so it will kind of help me with future events, looking at that data and seeing what worked compared to previous summits that I've done. So interestingly, with this summit, I've had more people register and about the same amount of people attend live. So there's a lot more people that have access to the replay and have access to the recordings, but about the same amount of people showed up live, even though I had more people register. It's very fascinating.
One last quick question. When you do the repurposing, do you offer the replays at the VIPs at the same price, or do you bring it down because there isn't that live aspect?
So typically what I've done is I have like early bird pricing. So like if they register as a VIP before the date that we go live, then it's a discounted rate. And then I have a regular price. So like 197 was like upgrade today and you'll be able to do all the cool shit that we're doing live. What I probably will do is, just because how my brain is always thinking, I will probably repurpose this to go along with my DIY summit templates and giving people more resources and things like that. So I will probably add it as a value add to an existing offer that I have. And I may decide to, because I do have a podcast, I may decide to turn this into podcast episodes. And I may offer, like, again, offering a coupon code so that, again, I'm able to track, because the idea is really, I want people to have the information. Whether or not they watch it, that's a whole nother ball game. So if someone paid for a VIP and they didn't watch anything, well, I don't get to be in people's checkbooks. I don't get to decide how they spend their money, and I don't get to decide how they show up. So I celebrate those who show up, and those that weren't able to join us live, I hope that everything's okay with them, you know? Does that help? Any other thoughts, questions, ideas, comments, thoughts, resources, tools? Well, thank you for those that showed up today. I appreciate you, and I hope that you got something, that you took away a nugget from one of our amazing speakers and that you implement. So don't forget, on Friday, on this Zoom link, you are invited to our office hours for post-summit stuff. So you can come and ask your questions, digest the information, right? Today and tomorrow, digest the information, and then come to office hours and say, all right, now what do I do next? What do I do next? So I will be available for an hour, and you can come and ask me anything you want about hosting a summit. Okay? All right. Thank you, everybody. Have a super fantastic day, and we will see you guys later.
Thank you. This was awesome.